Broadcasting across the internet, this is an Unshackled Livestream, brought to you by the Unshackled.net. Now, here's the Unshackled team.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Unshackled's Queensland Election Night Livestream on this Saturday, the 26th of October, 2024. It is 6:30 p.m. up in Queensland, where the polls have been closed for half an hour. It is 7:30 p.m. Down here where I am in Melbourne, Victoria. With the way that the Queensland fixed term elections work now every 4 years is so daylight savings starts down in the southeastern states at the first Saturday of October. So it means when it comes to Queensland election night, and it's become an issue in the campaign. There was a question in it at the last People's Forum. Who will win tonight? Will it be will incumbent Labor Premier Stephen Miles, who took over from Anastasia Palaszczuk, Giggles Miles, took over from Anastasia Palaszczuk? Will he pull off a miracle win, or will the small target, the LNP leader David Crisafulli, will he get over the line despite a mediocre campaign? We are live on the Unshackled YouTube channel, Odyssey and Rumble. We have got a huge panel for tonight, and it begins with it's become my good friend and colleague, Iron Duke, a British expat living in Australia. Great to see you again.
I'm very happy to be here, Tim. Thank you for inviting me.
Now, you mentioned to me that you lived for many years in Queensland, so I'm sure that you've noticed it's different from the other states.
Yeah, I think it's probably less different now, sadly, because it used to be probably the most right-wing state in Australia. I think I'd be right in saying. And like, I've lived all over Queensland. I lived in Brisbane for quite a long time. I've lived on the Sunshine Coast and the Gold Coast. I lived in Early Beach for quite a while, and I even on Thursday Island, right up in far north Queensland, as far north as you can go. So yeah, I know Queensland pretty well.
How do you find the humidity? Because what is it? Britain is basically it's like Iceland without the actual name Iceland. Very cold.
Yeah, I'd be honest. I still find Victorian winters too cold for me. Victorian winters are mild compared with like British winters.
Well, that shows that you've become an Aussie, basically.
Yeah, yep. I still find Victorian winters a bit chilly. I'm quite happy that we're moving into summer now. So.
There's a couple of people in the comments, Brett Norman and Nathan Swindon. Great to see you. They are all hoping for a strong One Nation result, and probably the most high-profile One Nation candidate is James Ashby, who is Pauline Hanson's chief of staff, and is running for the seat of Keppel, which is in, if we look at the electorate here, we're going to utilize and I've got the screen share here. So we'll be getting to know the electorates of Queensland quite well. So this is so the Electoral Commission of Queensland is, it says, will be conducting two-party preferred indicative preference count between Labor and LNP. So this seat is near Yeppoon. So round about in central Queensland there. So based on the primary 13% for James Ashby so far, that doesn't seem that good. You will notice with the, it actually shows up on the screen here, when I do the screen share, because I'm using the new Restream, doesn't it look like when it's highlighted the Ukrainian flag? I haven't worked out how to change it yet.
Yeah, blue and yellow, eh?
And we've just got joining us our senior editor of the Unshackled, Damien Ferri. Damien, how are you?
I'm good, Tim.
Are you able to put in a avatar?
I can do that for you, no problem.
Yeah. The Damien obviously has been a public face of the Unshackled since the beginning, but he is very boomer tech, so he doesn't have a camera. Damien is also it's a very traditionalist as well. So I'm not sure if you're going to be drinking tonight, Iron Duke, because it's a long stream. But I've got this new. It's called Little Fat Lamb Lemonator Lemon Squash.
Well, I must admit, I do have a glass of Australian red at the moment, but it's the first drink I've had tonight.
Well, you've got your own stream, Iron Duke, Splendid Isolation, coming up. It'll be at 7 a.m.
7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yep.
Australian Eastern Daylight Time, which is Melbourne, Sydney, Tasmania.
Yeah, it's 7 a.m. Eastern Australian time, and that's like 9 o'clock at night on Saturday in the UK. Really why it's there.
We've got our Kiwi cousins in the chat. Endeavour News. I went on their Saturday live show last Saturday. Good to see you there. It was an early day for me. So we are starting to get some results. So I'm utilizing the ABC's their election count, which is all computerized, done by Anthony Green, who's employed by them full time to do all of this. So it's extorted from us through taxation to pay for the ABC, so I may as well use it. Well, this isn't a very, you wouldn't say very accurate so far, because they always count the rural booths first. So it would be a 7.5% swing to the LNP. And there's been a late surge to the Labor incumbent Stephen Miles, and there's some rusted on true believers who believe that he can pull off a miracle election victory. The last news poll was 52.5 to the LNP, 47.5 to Labor Party, and the exit poll by the Courier Mail has it them tied on primary vote. So if I go to exit poll shockwave, so it has the exit poll, a 33.9 for the LNP, 33.6 for Labor, the Qatar Australian Party 2.5, One Nation 7.9, and the Greens 11.3. Damien, you have a breadth of political nous in you, and so I'd first like to get your thoughts on what you think's going to unfold and a summary of the campaign.
Well, I did end up watching the leaders' debate that was at the town hall only about I think it was about a week ago now. And it did seem to me that despite Crisafulli performing quite well on it, he really let himself go on the abortion issue. And I think Conservatives have to not be as weak on that issue. I mean, what they end up doing is they just let the media run the narrative on it. And rather than having a backbone and having an actual position, even if it's an unpopular position, if you actually have a position and stick by it, then they can only say that your position is wrong. But they can't attack you, call you a flip-flopper, call you weak. And this is something that he unfortunately did on that issue, also on energy and other issues as well, being a bit of a Labor light. I mean, Christensen actually came out, George Christensen, and remarked about that. And he was on his social media actually saying that the Liberal Party need to have a bit more backbone when it comes to social issues, such as abortion and whatever else, that they should take a position that is genuine to what they actually believe in, and also something that resonates with their crowd. I don't think that them putting or allowing themselves to be put under pressure like that and actually thinking that that's going to backfire on them is really worthy of continuing down that path. I don't think it's a really good idea for them, because as soon as you show a bit of weakness, you show a bit of, how can I say, questioning whether it's the right position to have. I mean, there's no right position on it. It's your position and the opponent's position. So I think that was a stumbling block for Crisafulli, and it really affected him towards the end of the campaign. But all in all, I do think that the Liberal Party, the Liberal National Party, the LNP, are going to win. How much they are going to win is remaining to be seen as the numbers come in. But I think they had a much better campaign at the start, and their poll numbers have dwindled a little bit towards the end. It'll be interesting to see how the minor parties perform. The Katter Party may pick up a couple extra seats, and that would be a good showing from them. One Nation, despite an okay primary though, doesn't look like they're going to be picking up any seats. And I suppose with the Queensland system not having a Senate, it makes it very difficult for minor parties to pick up anything and to have much influence. But apart from that, I think we will see the Labor Party lose. Whether it'll be a lot or by a little bit, it remains to be seen, and we'll see when the numbers come in.
The seat that One Nation held is Stephen Andrew, who was their MP for the Central Queensland state of Morani. They kicked him out disendorsed him for not James Ashby said not putting forward private members bills, being a lazy MP, which I thought was, like, again, it's not a good look for the party, and he seems to be doing not too badly at the moment with 38% primary vote, though he's losing two-party preferred because it seems that Labor is preferencing it against him. But it doesn't bode well for One Nation that obviously Mark Latham departing the party in New South Wales, and then you had also Craig Kelly quitting recently. It still looks like it's the Pauline Hanson and James Ashby show.
And you're right on with that. I mean, there's a lot of internal problems in that party. It's a shame because they have the name recognition. I mean, they're the so-called far right, if you want to call it that, minor party, which I suppose would have the best chance against battling the Greens when it comes to balance and size. But despite their history of 30 years that they've been around, they haven't been able to capitalize as much. And I've had so many people say to me that One Nation has so much potential, but as soon as somebody with a bit of vision goes in there and wants to start branches, wants to actually do things, then the people on top, which is namely Pauline and James, rule the party with a bit of an iron fist. And it's very difficult for other people, for the grassroots, to get involved because it's so governed by HQ. And as soon as a party goes down that spiral, it turns a lot of people off, and it just doesn't resonate with the voters either, or with people that need to join the party, help the party out and support it. So I think internally they need to fix that up if they want to actually succeed and be a counter Green party on the other side of politics. They have the potential, they've got the name recognition. It's just a matter of getting their internals sorted, and to make sure that it isn't so-called ruled by only a small amount of people on top, but it's more a grassroots, larger party that is going to bring people in and have everybody share the spoils.
Iron Duke, do you want to jump in, particularly on the Damien mentioned that the abortion issue, because Anastasia Palaszczuk, when her Labor government, even though it's a conscience vote in the Labor and LNPs, it was basically her government that was behind the legalization of abortion up until birth. And Robbie Katter said that he was wanting to repeal that, and Christopher Foley, being the small target weasel that he is, said we've ruled it out. It's not part of our plan. And on the polling booths today, it had Christopher Foley, this man wants to control your body, because Labor and Stephen Miles think it's a winner. A vote for the LNP is a vote to criminalize abortion.
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't, like sane people, I don't agree with abortion up until birth. I mean, I think that's craziness. It's one step away from what they're doing in some states in the USA, where they actually want to allow basically baby murder after birth. It's one step short of that. That's all it is. And I think Damien was entirely correct that the Liberal and Nationals leader should have stood up for what he believes in. He should have turned around and said, "Look, no, we're not in favour of this." But it's a problem with the Liberal and National Party, not just in Queensland, but also nationally, that they will not stand up for actual right-wing positions. And I don't think that's going to do them any favours at all.
Even their crime policy, it's not, well, they've got the slogan adult crime for adult time, but Christopher Foley was talking about, we need to take some of the privileges away of some of the youth prisoners who are unruly in youth detention. I'm sort of thinking, it's more important that they're there in the first place. And we've seen some absolutely abhorrent youth gang alleged murders. So there was in Christmas Day in 2022, there was that mother, Emma Lovell, allegedly murdered by two home intruders, and then there was the stabbing death of Vilene White earlier this year at an Ipswich shopping centre. Grandmother in front of her 6-year-old granddaughter, allegedly by a Sudanese teenager who wanted to steal her car. It's really, and it's also bad in the regions, Townsville, Toowoomba. I mean, Melbourne is relatively safe compared to some of those regional towns.
There is a factor there that apparently, if you were to mention, you'd be called racist, of course. But there is a
youth crime. What type of youths are these? What demographic?
Well, that's why it's so prevalent in North Queensland and in Northern Territory. And I mean, the election, the country Liberals won a landslide there on that same factor. But the problem is that there's too many people that are playing politically correct on this issue rather than actually wanting to address it for what it is and really saying, okay, we have a problem with this group of people. How about we focus on that and we actually try and help the situation, try and make sure that they are taught correctly, pull them out of homes that are dangerous because they're getting raised in really rough conditions, and really start educating these people. I mean, the Labor Party come out and they actually said as a bit of a counter, oh well, how are we gonna, if we keep throwing people in prison, if we keep lowering the age of imprisonment, we're going to run out of space. And I mean, of course, we would say, well, how about we build more? I mean, it's not that difficult.
Yeah, not end up like the UK, where it seems they're letting out these rapists and sex offenders to make room for political prisoners.
Well, that's right. And I mean, we see how bad it is over there. And although it isn't as bad an issue where I am in New South Wales, but I mean, in Queensland and in the Northern Territory, it's a huge issue. And I mean, we see it all over the news all the time. People dying, people getting smashed, break-ins. It's very common reality. And I think people have to start really addressing it and really coming up with the solutions that are going to solve these problems. Because if we keep on burying our heads in the sand over it, it's not going to fix anything. It really has to be focus on the areas that it's happening, look at the connections, where are these people coming from, and actually seeing, well, okay, how do we focus on these particular groups and individuals that are doing the crimes and go from there. So this is an issue, and it's great that the Liberal National Party did run a big campaign on crime. It would have been great if they also did the same when it came to other issues like the abortion issue. But what I've noticed is that when it comes to Conservatives, that they sometimes feel they're on a losing end. And when they do have to stand up for an issue they believe in, they go on the defensive, thinking that their issue or their stance on an issue is already at a losing battle, and that they have to somehow kind of only half argue it, because if they go the full argument, then they're going to be considered extreme. But I think that if people start actually going on the offensive, it would actually surprise a lot of people. And yes, you will be called radical and so forth, wrong, ridiculous at the start, but it's hard for the media to damage you when you have conviction. It doesn't matter what belief you have. It's very, very difficult for them to paint a picture. If you were to come out and say, well, even before Miles started bringing up abortion, imagine if Chris Foley came out and actually started using that as an attack campaign and said, well, look at these guys, what they've done on the abortion issue. It's going to be worse under them. And we know that it won't pass the pub test, that having abortion up to birth, most people would disagree with that. There's not many people that would actually think that that is common sense or morally correct. So I think if Conservatives start taking stances and really going on the attack on the left-wing positions like that are very extreme, I think that would totally catch the left by surprise. They won't expect it, and it'll be hard for them to argue it. I mean, if you go out and just say, oh, these people want to, rip babies out of wombs and all that sort of stuff. I know it's very graphic and all, but just imagine someone just went out there and just didn't even censor themselves on that issue and just went nuts on it. It would just take them so out of surprise. The media, the establishment, they wouldn't even know how to jump back from that. And I just think that that's something that Conservatives should try, because if you go light on that issue, I don't think it works. It really doesn't, as we've seen through this campaign. He tried his best to kind of defend himself and say, well, it's not part of my policy. And then they just kept hassling him. Yeah, but what's your actual position on it? If you just said from the start, look, I'm pro-life, I mean, I think babies getting killed at 9 months. I think that's wrong. I think it's morally despicable. I mean, it's what would they
And
have
that's
been?
what
Yeah.
Stephen Miles is defending.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, Tim, though. Like, I think that if Chris Foley really came out and said, look, I believe that the Labor Party position on this is very extreme, he would have switched that debate around 180, and that would have put Miles on the defensive for him to have to explain why his position is very radical and extreme, which most people, as I said, would believe that it is radical and extreme. So I think that's a position that the Liberal Party could have done, rather than just go on the defensive and say, oh, you know, it's not part of our policy, and not really give a personal view on it. And that's why Miles kept attacking it. And a lot of people, even if they did support Chris Foley's position, they would consider him weak. They would say, well, you know what? This guy isn't standing up for himself. I mean, we need a tough leader that's just going to say, this is my position, like Trump is doing in the US. I mean, really, like, he's a perfect example of how, no matter how the media have attacked him, he's been able to get the people on board and support him because he just doesn't care. He goes in there, says what he thinks, doesn't care about the consequences, and he's been able to make inroads and become very popular and have a lot of support over it. And I think any leader should look to his model and approach and say, well, if we do more like he is in America, even if we're in Australia, I think it would work. And I think it's worth a try.
Although Trump has also run away from the abortion issue. So Endeavour News says, what is Queensland's most based area? I'm sure many of you would say Katter Country, which is in the central north Queensland. I mean, that is Katter Country. That's the seat that Bob Katter holds in the federal parliament, which is Kennedy, around Mount Isa. So they hold 3 around the same territory, and it's Bob Katter's son, Robbie Katter, who is the state member for Traeger in that area. And they could actually win a couple more around Townsville. And Robbie Katter is actually Bob Katter III, because Bob Katter is Bob Katter Jr. They're in the 3rd generation of their dynasty.
That is actually a pretty good representation when it comes to based areas, I'll say. Pretty much anything outside the city, and that goes whether it's for Australia, whether it's in America. As soon as you go out of the city and out of the suburbs into rural areas, then you start to get what you would call based. I mean, that is pretty much a worldwide phenomenon. And there are areas also that are suburban that are quite good too. But as soon as you go into a city, it's pretty much downhill from there, as you would expect.
Yeah.
It's very left.
And there's the red wall in Brisbane, which Miles is defending. They see that Brett Norman bring back Sir Joe Bjelke-Petersen. I think one of his relatives ran for the United Australia Party in the 2013 federal election. He was based in the Darling Downs, which is just west of Toowoomba. That is where the previous LNP leader, Deb Frecklington, who led the LNP to defeat in the 2020 state election, which Anastasia Palaszczuk won because she was able to scare all the retirees in Queensland that I'm going to keep you safe from the southern COVID.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was one of those things with the COVID situation that we would have thought, well, the people would react negative to this, and these premiers ended up getting massive gains from it. It really is shocking, and it would have definitely been a good example of what could be done in the future as well, knowing that the public were supportive of such measures.
We're getting some decent results, which And this is, I think, what a lot of us feared. So there's 4.6% counted so far. The swing to the LNP is only 4.5%. So even though Labor's primary vote is down 7.7% to 31.9, the Liberal National Party is up 3.1%. Obviously, that a lot of regional areas are counted first. That's looking like hung parliament territory at the moment. That is an incredibly bad result for the Liberal National Party. My prediction for before this is that they would get a low to mid 50s. If things go the way they're going, they might be lucky to actually get to 50, let alone a majority. That's bad.
Yeah, it isn't looking very good at the moment. Very grim, as Endeavour News has just mentioned. And like I said before, I mean, it really, what it boils down to is as soon as an LNP leader, no matter what state he represents, ends up being very weak on issues, very even on energy, like basically saying that Dutton's policy was terrible, not going for the nuclear option. I mean, nuclear is at the moment a very popular.
Yeah, this is another thing that
popular
he was weak on. He
Yeah.
was weak on weak on the voice as well. He only turned against it when basically the voters of Queensland were voting against it.
Well, that's right. That's right. Exactly.
We've got another panelist joining us right now. It is Dave right now from Awakened Aussies. He is based in Sydney, so we don't have an actual Queenslander joining us yet, but a lot of them have been on the booths all day for the Libertarian Party, which we haven't commented on yet, but it's a party where a lot of those nationalists who are disillusioned with the One Nation now joining the Libertarian Party. Dave, welcome to our coverage.
Brilliant, thanks, Tim. Great to be here.
And have you looked at the results so far?
No, yeah, I'm just logging into the ECQ site now to start trying to bring some of that up.
Yeah, it is. It's quite bad at the moment. Actually, my screen share is not not working here properly. I'll get it up shortly. Keep talking.
That's right. I'm curious to see. I think one of the big questions for me, you mentioned One Nation before Libertarians. There is James Ashby, who's kind of been pulling Hanson's 2IC, and what happens to the sort of overall day-to-day management and running of One Nation if someone like James gets his seat? What is that actually going to do? Because I mean, One Nation isn't known for its administration smoothness and organization at the best of times, which I know has put a few candidates off in the past that have sort of toyed with One Nation and then gone, it's too much of a mess internally. So if they lose James to a seat, that's going to further destabilize the day-to-day operations of that party, I would imagine, which, I don't know, it'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Yeah, this is the results as they stand. So only a 4.4 swing to the LNP, two-party preferred. Labor at 48.8%, Liberal National Party at 51.2%. The Labor primary vote keeps tracking up. So they are at 32.6%. The Greens are up to 11.4%. They hold 2 seats. So they're up 1.9%. One Nation, 9.2%, 2.1%. Katter's Australian Party is actually down, and the ABC projects that they'll actually lose a seat. So they're on 2.2%. I'm not sure if it has any, they've called any seats yet. So they've called Keppel For the LNP, that was James Ashby's seat, and well, Townsville, that is no surprise that the Liberal National Party have won that, given that's youth crime central.
That answers that first question then, if the LNP have got Keppel.
I think it's worth looking at the Greens as well in this election, because basically a vote for the Greens is a vote for Labour anyway. So they're going to vote with them. Yeah, and I mean, people have already mentioned that the Liberal Nationals guy was very weak in terms of his energy policy. I agree, nuclear probably would be the thing they should be supporting, but also bear in mind, Queensland still has coal mining industry and so on, which is going to affect people's votes, particularly in those areas where they load coal for China and all this kind of stuff. And it just shows how ridiculous the green idea is. I mean, you're sending Australian coal to China, where they build nuclear power stations coal-fired power stations by the score. It kind of makes it pretty redundant about what Australian emissions are, really. So,
Yeah, it's interesting. We sort of not in my backyard. As long as it's burning somewhere else, we don't seem to mind so much about it.
Yeah, most of us will remember the 2019 federal election, where the Adani coal mine in central Queensland, which had taken a decade for approval. It was an Indian company, and Scott Morrison basically won that miracle election because of, well, particularly the Queensland Nationals, their campaign to start Adani. Remember, that was Bob Brown's Stop Adani caravan into North Queensland. And so because it is the most regional state, they do know the importance of of both things that come out of the ground, the minerals and also the agriculture.
Yeah, it's not as big a state as WA, but it's more populated across and throughout, right? Because it doesn't have as much desert and sort of barren areas, so they've got a lot more mixed land use versus WA, where you got all your stuff around the coast and Perth, and then a bit of lower southwest has agriculture, but the top north, all the Gascoyne, Pilbara, is all just deserts and mines essentially. So Queensland, because they've got that rural population, they I think they're a bit more aware, and it controls the vote a little bit more. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where this vote swings overall, and with where it is, because their LNP is just one party, right? And it's not like down here where we've got Liberals and Nationals.
It merged in 2008 because, well, traditionally it had been the Queensland National Party that had been the senior coalition partner. So Joe Bjelke-Petersen, Premier for 19 years, was a Queensland National, and it was the Liberal Party. They were basically just a rump in Brisbane. Obviously, Brisbane has become much larger, so the logic was that, like, look, it's easy for us to merge our resources, given that the state's demographics have been changing. So Lawrence Springboard, he was a Queensland National, but led the LNP to their first election, which they lost to 2009 to Anna Bligh, who was successor to Peter Beattie. But then, of course, there was the Campbell-Newman slide in 2012, which in 89-seat Parliament, the LNP won 78 and Labor won 7.
Wow. That's huge.
How times change.
Yes. Campbell-Newman is now with the Libertarian Party, even though he wasn't a libertarian when he was premier. He introduced, and I think this was probably the thing that was he got the most backlash for was the VLAD laws, the Vicious Lawlessness Association Disestablishment Act. It was used to break up bikies, but it could have basically been used to break up any undesirable group, even libertarians meeting up.
Well, we've certainly seen enough of that sort of thing going on in Victoria. I don't know. I was going to ask Damien if he would agree with this. I think that the Conservative leaders in Queensland and nationally, they should look at things like the decisive rejection of the voice to Parliament, for example. I think the Aussie public are actually quite a bit more socially conservative than the leaders of the Liberal and National Party allow for.
I definitely agree with you there. I do think that the Australian public in general are to the right socially conservative and economically pretty centrist, I would say. But on social values, definitely, I do think they lean to the right. But unfortunately, due to the media bias, too many end up thinking or believing that their positions of that social conservatism isn't popular and that it would hurt them when it comes to election time. And that's why they always end up saying, well, these are my true values, but I have kind of, in order to win, make sure that I don't put them all out there, and I have to have a half version of myself instead, appear as a moderate. But as we've seen before in many elections, whenever a leader of a conservative party has a hardline approach, and we're seeing that with Dutton being, I wouldn't say he's an absolute hard conservative, but definitely more than the past leaders had the last couple of times, he's performed really well in the polls and definitely in a position to win the next election. And the party have only been one-term government, and they could lose. And obviously we've seen with Tony Abbott in 2013, the majority they were able to get, and he was seen as unelectable by the media because of his social conservatism. And this is, again, point being that the media aren't actually saying the right thing. They're saying things generically because it suits them. And they do applaud Liberal Party leaders that are left-leaning. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, if someone wants a left-leaning leader, they might look at a Liberal leader like Malcolm Turnbull, for instance, and say, oh, I don't mind him. He's great, but I'm still going to vote Labor. I'm still going to vote Greens. And this is why they never win when they have moderate leaders, because you can't out-left the left. It just doesn't work. All you do is upset your own grassroots people, your own base, and then those people on the base will vote against you just out of spite, so then they can replace you with someone that is worthy of voting for. And ultimately, that's why they always lose with a Turnbull or Turnbull and Morrison. Only you just got over the line in their elections, and we're seeing that with Zulu down in Victoria.
Damien, just look at what's happened to the so-called, in air quotes, Conservative Party in Britain. Absolutely destroyed at the last general election, and for precisely the reasons you're talking about, because they were trying to be Labour light.
That's right, exactly right. And
well, I mean,
unfortunately, here I was just going to quickly say, unfortunately, we have a habit in Australia to somehow dismiss the minor parties, whereas in the UK we saw reform, although their system, unfortunately, being first past the post, didn't help them a lot on a lot of. If they had preference system like we did, they would have been huge. They would have overtaken the Tories. But just see how they,
and I think they might anyway in the next 5 years.
Well, they definitely could.
this debate about preferential voting, full preferential voting, because the Palaszczuk government, they reintroduced full preferential voting. Queensland used to have optional preferential voting. New South Wales is the only state which has optional preferential voting for its state parliament, but everywhere else in Australia and federally, it's full preferential voting. This is for lower house seats. And I know that there's some who don't like it, but when you look at Britain's first past the post, I mean, the most example of how, and of course, the Conservatives weren't entitled to the Reform voters, but that is how Liz Truss, the former Conservative Prime Minister, lost her seat, because there was a split between the Conservatives and Reform, and so Labor was able to win that seat.
Yeah, I think having full preferential allows you to nominate a minor party, but still fall back on the major party if a lot of people haven't kind of decided that the new party is quite the way to go. It means you're not wasting your vote and just handing a win to the other team, holus bolus. Whereas in the first past the post, your vote just expires if it doesn't reach the majority it needs. And so I think full preferential does allow people the freedom to give a punt to the smaller, newer parties, but still have that fallback position without it going to sort of the enemy, as it were. I did a video yesterday trying to help people understand full preferential voting, because I didn't know about it until I was in my 40s and saw one of Pauline Hanson's cartoons that explained it all for me, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. So
I noticed that that a lot of I remember at the last federal election, Topher Fields' educational video on preferential voting, and you basically have to sort of dumb it down to primary education with like Skittles to get it across to people, because the low information voter, they believe that they have to follow the how to vote cards that are given out at polling stations. How does it work in the UK, Iron Duke? Is there like how to vote cards? Obviously, you just put a a 1 or whatever it is. How does it work in the UK? In New Zealand,
It's just a box. In Britain, it's just a box next to your candidate's name. It will normally have the candidate's name and the party next to it, and you just put an X in that box. It's very simple. I mean, I appreciate the subtleties of the Australian system, but it is very complicated. And I know Aussies, born and bred true blue Aussies in their 50s and 60s, who still do not really understand it.
Yeah, that's the case I was in, and you get the how to vote card, and they talk about you've got your preferences, and you put all these numbers in, but then in the media they're always talking about preference deals, and they're always saying, oh, this party's on a preference deal with that one and that one. And I remember a couple of elections ago thinking, how do I understand who all these preference deals are? If I vote for this person, where will my vote really go? Like, how do all these preference flows work? Like, I thought it was all black magic. I don't know what I thought my numbers were doing.
And this is where the average voter gets confused, and this is what I remember. It was actually that Pauline Hanson Please Explain cartoon was voiced by John Burgess, and
that's the one that told me.
And he said, you decide your preferences, no one else. That's what they wanted to get drummed into people. Because the how to vote, that's how we want you to vote, how we want to number the preferences, and obviously there's a lot who just take it and vote that way.
Yeah, heaps of people. Like, and even it was the craziest thing. Like at the New South Wales council elections that we had last month, I was there, and that's optional preferential voting, like the state system here, where so I was saying, just put a one in the box above the line, just one, and it's super simple, and all the signs is just saying put a 1 in. But people they want to make sure they get the instructions right, so they take the card off you, because that's the magic spell in order to vote for their candidate. It's very, very important to them. I mean, it was stupider for the referendum, where I was handing out a little card telling people how to write NO on the referendum form. That felt like the most redundant how to vote in the world.
Oh yes, so that was. Remember, there was that confusion from the Australian Electoral Commissioner,
Yeah, crosses
who
and
looked,
ticks and stuff.
yeah, who looks like a clone of Anthony Albanese, Tom Rogers. So because we did the marriage law postal survey in 2017, that's people's most recent memory, where you either tick the yes or the no. And then because we're used to boxes, and then
Mm.
you had to write yes or no in English, which I was sort of thinking, oh, that's I'm surprised that in this multicultural era that voters are forced to write English in a box. But it ended up having no impact because no easily won.
Mm. Yeah, it is interesting. And with the preferential system where it's not full preferences, like okay, I scrutiny to the state election, and so they drill it all into us, is as long as voter intent is clear, you have to accept it. So in the full federal preferences and probably the Queensland one, you have to number every box for your vote to count. But because in New South Wales, you can just put a 1, that's it. You can actually get away with just putting a tick or a cross if that's the only marking they've put on the ballot sheet. That actually counts because they're saying voter intent was clear. You can understand the voter wanted that thing. So they don't get as hung up on the minutiae of it had to be the number 1 in the optional preferential system, which I thought was really interesting, which is good in a sense that, for people that don't understand how to write a number or they don't follow instructions, they still get their vote to count from a democratic point of view. But obviously, you can't do that in full preferential, where you actually need a set of numbers in order for the counting to function.
Let's go to some results. So this is with 12.5% of the vote counted. The two-party preferred is 48.7% to Labor, Liberal National 51.3 primaries, Liberal National 37.2, swing of 1.4%, Labor 34.2, swing of 5.4 against, the Greens 11.6%, a swing of 2% to them, One Nation 8.8%, a swing of 1.6%, and Katter's Australia Party 2.1%. The seats that Anthony Green has called Liberal National 33, Labor 30. The Greens have lost 1, so the LNP they've gained 5, Labor lost 3, and the Katter's Party has actually lost 1 as well. I'm not sure if it shows here the seats that have changed hands at all. I know they're still updating that, but this is just with 12.5% counted. It is the consensus is that the LNP will get home on the pre-polls because there was a huge pre-poll vote in Queensland. I'll just look up what the actual figure was. But I'm not sure if hopefully that is all counted tonight. Not like has been the case.
Pre-poll's getting bigger. More and more people are voting early. I don't like it.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
Because people
Yeah.
think they see pre-polling booths and people see it in their main street and said, "Oh, get it out of the way now."
Yep.
Mm.
I
I
and
actually,
from an election security point of view,
I was listening to the. Yeah, and I was just
Sorry,
going to
Damien.
quickly say I was listening to the TV earlier, and some of the seats over in North Queensland had a pre-poll rate of anywhere between 70 and 80% of people already voted. So just to give you an idea on how crazy the figure is. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've done a lot of pre-poll work and watched some the areas where I've been, and you get a lot of the mobility impaired people, and I really get that. The elderly and the ones that sort of are going to have issues and don't want to line up for half an hour or more on election day. They want to come and get in and out while it's nice and quiet and easy. There were wheelchairs and crutches and all kinds of things going on. That makes sense. And how do you provide for that? That's a good thing to have, unless you're going to have priority queuing on the day for mobility infirm people, which actually is probably a good idea as well. But the amount of people coming in and pre-polling, because it is the biggest risk to our election security. I know election security gets a lot of press at the moment. I think our pen and paper on the day system is pretty solid, having scrutineered it and gone into the start of the day, and they show you the big empty box, and then they put the serial number tag on, and you sign off. That's the number of the thing, and at the end of the day, before they break it, they go, "Can you confirm this is still the same seal you wrote down?" And you look at the numbers, and you go, "Yep, that's 100%." So you know it hasn't been tampered with. That it was empty at the start of the day. And then they break it up and make sure every single last little ballot's fallen out at the end of the day. And so you got that really good accountability on same day voting. But pre-polling, where they're in little community centres where they just lock the boxes in a cupboard overnight and you don't know what's happening before and after at the start of the day, at the end of the day, that's where people could throw a question mark up around sort of the security of the ballot boxes.
And it's very easy to see that, because obvious person that's in charge of that particular booth, the booth leader, I mean, they could get up to whatever they want to and nobody know about it, because everybody goes home, they stay behind. They're the last ones to exit. They could definitely go into those boxes and change votes or pull them out, or as if they couldn't do that. You know, so that is why on the day they can't rig it on the day. I mean, it's just there's no way that it could be done, because all the votes are counted right in front of people and with scrutineers there. But when it's pre-poll, they've got 2 weeks, a whole 2 weeks where they can do whatever they want with the votes. And I mean, that's very concerning. And I can see why so many people question. I understand that before, in the past, when there was pre-poll, they were actually asking people that were going there, and it was a very small amount of percentage of people that were voting early. And they were saying, "What reason are you here to vote?" And someone would say, "Well, I'm going on holiday," or they'll come up with something. But it was such a small percentage of people. And now they don't ask anymore. Anyone can just go in there and vote. And this is the problem we're having. It should really clamp down, because it's just, I don't think it's safe.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't just say, well, nothing's going to happen, it's going to be safe. You just can't. You have to question everything. So it definitely can happen.
The odds are that 98% of the cases nothing's happening. Like, to be fair, I think most of the electoral roll commission workers are pretty apolitical, and that they're doing their job, and there's must be some levels of sign-offs around, like they know how many ballot sheets that they've received to their booth, and they've got to sign off and account for that they've signed in, that like 1,700 people have voted here, and I was given 2,000 sheets and I've still got 300 blanks. So there are some checks and balances there, but it's not the safest part of our process. And like you said, 2 weeks of who knows what's going on.
But I just think,
well, I'll give you an example. Yeah, no, sorry, Ian Duke, but I'll just give an example. Yeah, a good example, because I actually was at the working at the federal election. Not as I was actually involved in campaigning for a minor party, and there were a lot of instances of voter fraud, because we had, for instance, in one seat, there was a candidate with his family. They voted for him, that was running, and he on pre-poll ended up getting 0 votes. But then it came to election day, he ended up getting 10%. Like, how does that work? How can you get 0 on pre-poll and then 10% on the election day? And when it comes to things like that, you have to think, well, that doesn't add up. Just doesn't make any sense. I mean, pre-poll and election day, the votes would be similar. And if someone knows that they've voted for themselves and it says that there's no votes for that candidate on that day, well, you know, there has to be something wrong there, doesn't there? When there's 0 votes.
I think there was something in the chat that you just put up on the ticker at the bottom there, Tim, that is a good point around if small parties don't have as many volunteers, it's actually really, really hard, because as we discussed, if voters are relying on the how to vote instructions on telling them what to do, and the minor parties can't get enough volunteers, or the independents just don't have enough friends and family that can take time off work to be at pre-poll for 2 weeks.
Yeah, because it's not just on the day anymore. It's a fortnight process, and obviously the major parties, they have a lot of them who are on the booths are staffers for the political party, and so are already invested in the
a lot of branch members, not just staffers. I mean, I've done heaps of pre-poll, and I'm volunteering my time there. People do think you're getting paid. I'm like, no, I'm here because I'm supporting.
Oh no, I'm talking about they've also got those resources as well.
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah, they got.
They make sure that it's at arm's length, unlike the red shirts rorts in Dan Andrews' first election, which they were actually paying people via the public purse, pretending they were people,
What?
that would staffer stuff when they're actually campaigning.
Oh my
I
goodness.
was just going to agree with all three of you blokes. And look, as far as I'm concerned, pre-polling should be for people in the armed forces or overseas, diplomats, that kind of thing, and that's really who it should be for. And, you know, if there's a legitimate reason you're outside the country, particularly if you're serving the country in some way, fair enough. But otherwise, I'm not sure that I really agree with all this pre-polling now.
It's bouncing all over the place at the moment. The ABC's projection, if I just bring it up here.
Even for the major parties, staffing pre-poll, the number of booths you've got to cover, like having is a huge resource burden. Like it's tough for everyone, but especially for the independents. When the council ones were just at, we didn't have a green there for most of the time. We had one green guy there for a couple of hours and a couple of days, whereas Labor and Liberals, we were there back to back, full days every day.
So 15.9% counted. The two-party preferred Labor 48.8, Liberal National 51.2, 4.4% swing. Liberal National Party, well, the seats that are projected, they've won 37, Labor 30, the Greens 1, Katters Australia Party 2. So I think that it is going to be the backlash against Labor in the north that's going to get the LNP over the line. We've got actually somebody who's just joining us, an actual Queenslander for once. We've got Shand The Dusty Bogan.
Ew. Thanks for having me, lads. How's the night been? Who's winning?
It looks like the LNP is just ahead, but we just went through the results. It's not convincingly. You've just got a mug of what's that?
I've stolen some wine of my missus, and I don't know what it is, but it tastes like goon. Probably not the best.
Well, I might crack open I was going to wait until the actual drinkers turned up because, Damien here, he doesn't drink. Iron Duke is an occasional drinker, but in my opinion, we're going until we get a result. So you need
take it easy. Moderation is the key, gentlemen.
No, I'm talking. You need a drink to give you through.
Oh yeah.
This is.
Strong. I mean, I used to drink like a drunken sailor, and there was a beer bong attached permanently to the wall right here. And them days are long gone since being a father. So
yeah, we had a roast dinner, so I cracked open a bottle of red. So that's what I'm working on.
Is it a wine glass? Show me that glass.
This is a stemless wine glass. Stemless.
Well done. I think men should drink from stemless. This is my rule. Stemless wine glasses until you're over the age of 50. Once you're over the age of 50, you can drink from a wine glass. Before that, it looks gay.
Did you know?
I'm 59 and I'm not using a wine glass.
There you go.
Did you know in Devon News that VB and Foster's is actually owned by the Japanese now, Asahi, a conglomerate? But the thing is, nobody cares anymore, as long as the Chinese don't own it.
And Suntory own the other half, right? Like they've bought a bunch of them as well. It's all owned by the Japanese.
Yeah, but it doesn't bother us like maybe our grandparents did. A lot of them would be turning in their graves if they knew that VB and Foster's was owned by the Japs.
Mate,
I keep trying to tell British mates that Australians don't actually drink Foster's very much. So they don't believe me because of the adverts. Because the adverts used to be big in Britain.
Paul
But,
Hogan.
yeah, with Paul Hogan. And so they all think Australians drink Fosters. I don't think I've ever seen an Aussie drinking Fosters. But, you know.
I had some for a laugh when I was like 18 and just started to drink beers and was going to a barbie with some mates. I was like, I got the Fosters, and it was horrific. It was not good.
Nice. Every beer tastes good. Come on, just drink it. If you have enough of them, they all start to taste good.
You haven't had Swan Gold. Oh no, it's Emu Export from WA then. Oh,
I've never had it.
that's not good.
We mentioned that a few streams back. We had Hayes Media Group on. He's from Western Australia, and he was educating me on the Emu Export.
It's not good.
What is it? Bin chicken? What do they call it? Bin chook or something?
I don't know. I don't know what the current lingo is. I left Perth 20 years ago, so
yeah, there you go.
So
where's the Iron Duke at? Like, I've never met you before, Iron Duke. Yeah,
I'm down in the way outer suburbs of Melbourne, but like a long way out of Melbourne, like 60k, something like that.
Nice. Are you a member of the British Australian community? Because you look like you'd fit in.
Yeah, no, I've streamed with them on Tim's show actually.
Nice.
When we did the I think it was when we did the referendum for the Aboriginal voice stream, wasn't it, Tim? That you had the British Australian community dude on.
Oh yeah, we had him on for, it was the UK general election.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's right.
So we had for the voice referendum night, we had because it was the same day as New Zealand election day, so we had a joint stream with my former Trad Tasman Talk co-host Dewey DeBoer, who now has a show on Reality Check Radio, the Dialogue. He's over on a family holiday in Japan. We've just been talking about Japan. So he and his wife Amy and their 3 children. They're having a great time over there, and he's not due back until after the US election, which I'm sure that all of us were convinced that Trump will win.
Convinced.
Depends how much they fiddle it, doesn't it? It depends how much the Democrats can fiddle it in some of the blue states.
Anyone watch Rogan with Trump this afternoon? I mean, Dusty, you were busy on the booth, I imagine, so you wouldn't have seen it.
I was busy. Did he say that he's going to make Rogan like the head of the UFO department?
No, but they did talk about UFOs.
That'd be awesome, man. I thought I saw a UFO back in 2006. We were driving on this is a true story. During the day, it was 11 a.m. in the morning. I was 18. My boss is like a 47-year-old man. And he's like, what the fuck is that? And it was a silver flying saucer. Like, that's what it looked like. I don't know what it was. And he's like, what does that look like to you? I was like, that looks like a flying saucer. And we just sat there and watched it. And we were like, oh. And then it just disappeared. And like, no, I just don't know. Maybe it was my boy, he turned 2 a few months back. And we had his number 2 silver in the backyard. And we actually let it go and it flew up in the sky. And I looked at it and I thought, you know what? That actually looked like what I saw once it got far enough in the distance. And I was like, is that what I saw? Because I saw something. I just don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looked like a flying saucer, but so did the silver 2 in the far distance.
I was just going to ask you guys, because a question someone put up in the chat. They were asking about how many Indians there are 60 kilometers outside Melbourne, and I can tell you,
that's Nathan Swinton.
Yeah, every single taxi driver, most delivery drivers, but apart from that, you don't tend to see them. What I was going to ask you guys is, has mass immigration been an issue in the Queensland election?
I wish it would have been. you know, it's been an issue for me because every politician I've been speaking to, like at CPAC and all these events, that is the key issue that I bring up. Obviously, the major concern is the housing. Like, if young people can't afford to buy a house, working class people are priced out of the market. I see no mechanism now for low socioeconomic Australians to move up into the middle class. I think most immigrants coming into the country now will be forever renters. The next generation will be forever
Oh
renters.
no,
Absolutely disgusting.
the Indians. This was in the Financial Review. In fact, what's his name? Matt Barry, the freelancer founder. He was called a racist for highlighting this fact. I'll just bring it up here. But it shows the top countries of birth for who are buying in new housing estates. So India, 32.9%.
So they have money. They're coming in with a certain amount of money.
Australia, 25.8%. China, only 6.3%. Sri Lanka, 4.6%. Pakistan, 2.8%. So this is country of birth, and obviously this is I'm not sure how this is calculated. Is it done by the last census? Oh, it's got the source here. The source is the Red 23. I'm not sure who they are, but yeah.
But you see, a lot of them, I don't know whether they're coming in with money from India or not, or whether they're very industrious. Like the ones I know and the ones I meet, like they're a lot of them work in sort of like good industries like technology or so on. So they've got good, decent paying white collar jobs, or they're working their butts off in, you know, so your Ubers and other bits and pieces, like not to pull a stereotype, but they work long hours, or they're running their own small businesses, and they put the hours in to earn the money. I'm not saying it's they're not bringing money. I don't know, but I mean, in my area, we've got a lot of new estates popping up, and I've got to say, every 3 weeks there's a new Indian supermarket or restaurant popping up. There's a lot of them, so they're moving in, but they also they run business and build the facilities for their communities that are building in here as well.
See, well, you said it, they're catering for their own community.
Well, yeah, they're terraforming in a sense, aren't they? Like they're coming in and building that infrastructure for their own people and communities. But I mean, Aussie's like a good Indian feed as well, so I'm not complaining about that.
How good's the food?
It's great. The food is great, and I've got plenty of friends and family in the area that have come, and some of them came decades ago, and some of them are newer. Like, I think the issue for me is just, immigrants are good. There's nothing wrong with immigration. It's just the rate that the government has allowed it to come in at. Way too many, way too fast, without the associated infrastructure to support them. And I've made this point on other clips and shows, is the problem is that we're selling immigrants this dream, the Australian dream, and then they come here and they don't get it either. Well, we're actually selling them a lie. We're not doing the immigrants and the new people coming in legally through the right channels, because we don't have the big illegal issue like the US has. Ours is all legal, and we're allowing people to come in, selling them this great Australian dream, and then they can't have it either because the infrastructure is not here. We're selling them a lie. So we're shortchanging not only the people that are already here, but also the new people coming in, and just making everything more expensive and slower and harder.
So, I mean, like in Ipswich, it was the outer suburb of Brisbane, and you could afford to buy a home. Look, 5 years ago, you could buy a house for $300,000 in Ipswich. It was achievable. It's doubled, more than doubled. It's 700 grand now. So I think of the majority of people in Ipswich who are working class, they don't have the bank of mum and dad to pay the way for them. Right, that you're gonna, just imagine you're 25, you're a young man, houses are 700 grand. It's not a nice house, it's a small home, it's a crap home, it's in a crap area. It really is. You've got to save 10%. You got to save 70 grand up. Okay, you're gonna do that in 5 years, but when you're 30, you buy your first home, then you've got a $600,000 mortgage, $70,000 mortgage. What's your weekly repayment $1,000 a week. They're going to pay $1,000 a week.
That's going to increase.
Pay off a
That's
crap
going to
house in a
increase.
crap area.
And that's going to increase because of interest rates.
Yeah.
So
this is
you're
a quality of
100%
life
right.
issue.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Dusty. I mean, like I said earlier, look at what's happening in Britain, because Britain is much further down this road than Australia is. And the chances of, and I've got lots of young mates in Britain who I stream with and what have you, and they just have no chance whatsoever of actually buying a home there. None. And it's mostly because of mass immigration from the third world. They just have no chance. And
you could
if
buy
Australia is not careful, it'll go the same if people in Australia don't wake up fairly soon.
I work in concreting, so it's like I work in concreting. Guys are coming in, like as of the last month, we hired a Filipino, a guy from South Korea, a guy from Chile, and a guy from Poland, right? And they're like, Australia is brilliant. We love it here. Wages are good. Cost of living is great. Excellent. And I'm like, you don't know what it was like before COVID. The cost of living's gone mad. So people are coming in, and they're coming in from a shithole country. Let's be honest. They think it's good now. Now, I know what it was like 5 years ago. It was everything was more affordable. It was just a better lifestyle, a better quality of living for working people. So it's changed because they don't know this. I said, you got to speak to me. You don't know what it was like 5 years ago. Now let's go talk to that 60-year-old workmate of ours, and let's talk to him what it was like in the 80s. And they'll blow their mind. Will blow their mind.
100%.
What a working class person, the lifestyle, what 100%. You could have a wife and children and live on one income, like all these things would be. That's insane.
Yeah, your wife could stay at home and be a housewife with a working class job. Absolutely true. I mean, look, I arrived in Australia in 2000, and I came here from South Africa. I met an Australian chick in South Africa, which is the reason I originally came here. And in 2000, Australia was just like paradise, really, in many respects. It was still, energy prices were quite cheap. Your electricity and gas bills were not through the roof like they are now. Food was relatively cheap. It was really a very, very different country. And that's a quarter of a century ago, nearly now, of course. But, things are not getting better. They're not getting better.
No. I remember when $100 a month, sort of $300 or $400 a quarter, was a big energy bill. And now, man, you're lucky to get away with that a month if you got a sort of a household and a family. Crazy.
Yeah. I've got a power bill. My last power bill was $80 because they gave us $1,000 subsidy. The power bill before that was $1,000, and it had a $300 sub, so it would have been a $1,300 power bill for a quarter.
That's nuts.
That's crazy, man. Crazy. And it's absolutely wild. I graduated high school in 2005, and I was like, I seen my brother going to the pub and having the time of his life, and he was cashed up. He's doing concreting, and I'm like, get me in on that. Get me in on that. And there was so much overtime. You could just work. You could work 12 hours a day. You could work Saturdays. Crazy. Awesome money. People were like, can you work in my factory at nighttime driving a forklift? Can you do this? There was money. And it's just not there anymore. There's not that opportunity for overtime. It's just not there. I could earn more money back then than I can now. I was earning more money back then without the inflation because the economy was just better. It was easy to earn for I finished year 12. The classroom wasn't for me. I continued to year 12 just to have a fun time with my mates. Let's be honest. You know, I knew I was going into my mates who I looked up to were all concreters. You know, they were tradies, laborers, and they were having a great time. And that was a good enough life for me. But that was a good life then. And like I said, the new guys we've just put on at work, I can't sell them the Australian dream. I can't say, mate, you can buy a house, save up in a few years, you'll buy that house, meet that girl at the pub and marry her, have kids, it'll be great. I honestly, I can't sell that to any of them anymore. It doesn't matter if they are a young Aussie or some dude from Poland or some guy from Vietnam. It doesn't matter. I can't tell them that. I can't tell them that anymore.
Try
I try to tell the politicians that. I try to
try and
say
get a
things
Puerto
going on.
Rican block these days in Australia, because that used to be a standard thing. A working dude could buy a house on a quarter-acre block in Australia, and these days, yeah. What do you get these days? When you do see a quarter-acre block, it's always almost been divided, and they've built another fucking house on it. Excuse my language, but yeah.
So the vote has slowed significantly, while all of us have been chatting about other things. So the LNP is, well, they're slightly ahead. Hang on, let me just get what's going to be the best screen sharing here, since there's 5 of us now. So there's just over 20% counted, and also should mention that there's 93 seats in the Queensland unicameral parliament, so 47 needed for a majority. So 39 have been called for the Liberal National Party, 35 for Labor. The Liberal National Party is only at a primary of 37, and Labor is at 34.6, the Greens at 11.7, One Nation at 8.6%, the Cutters Australia Party 2%, and two-party preferred Labor 48.3 and 51.7. So it looks like it's going to be a very slow, long count.
Can I just say, what the heck is going on, Queensland? That the Greens have the biggest swing, a 2.2% swing to the Greens.
All the growth in inner Brisbane, and plus that's where they have a good ground game. That's how that Max Chandler Mater was able to win Griffith, Kevin Rudd's old seat, and unseat that awful Terry Butler at the last federal election. And they've also got, although he's retiring now, that Brisbane City Councillor for the Greens, Jonathan Shree.
Also chicks, Tim. The Greens.
Amy McMahon, the Greens member for South Brisbane. Let's see if we can go to South.
Is there a big youth population in Queensland? I don't know what the demographics are. Shifted because
in Brisbane.
Because Greens do appeal to the younger voter. That's why they want to get the voting age lowered to 16, which is just insanity. Because 16-year-olds cannot make effective long-term decision-making. The neuroscience says that. They can't weigh up their consequences of long-term decision-making. They're just all emotive. That's why.
This is the current Greens member for South Brisbane.
She
Amy
looks like a Green. Yep.
I know. She's got the short hair, the glasses. She's also got huge earrings. So is that environmentally friendly?
The very pronounced lipstick. Something that Greens people. I was at the council. I was opposite someone who they turned up in a long sleeve purple shirt, and then they put their Greens shirt on. They looked like the Riddler. Like they fully looked like the Riddler, representing the Greens. I was like, that's not a good look. And I look at her and go, yeah, I can see some Batman villain in there. Something about the Greens.
Now, she only won the seat in 2020 because the Liberal National Party decided to preference her, if you can believe it. So she's losing. Labor looks like winning back that seat based on Liberal National Party preferences.
I read a study about like high density populations. It was like a rat study, and they were sort of, as you put more rats in the enclosure, they become more dependent on the system. And you can like play this over. You think about the people who live in high density areas, right, where these Greens are winning. They hear the domestic violence. They see the drunks and the homeless. They see the rubbish on the streets, right? And they're all stacked in like sardines, and they go, someone should do something about it. Now, they don't want to do anything about it, but someone should. Okay, so they vote for the guy who says, we're free this and free that, and we're going to do this, and we're going to pick up the rubbish, and we're going to help the homeless, and we're going to lock up the DV that you hear every night, the guy, bashing his missus or whatever's happening. But they don't want to solve the problem. In the country, like out in the suburbs, the country be like, pull your head in, you fucking head. You kind of deal with your problems. You sort yourself out.
Or you don't see them as much because they're more distributed, like in individual blocks and houses and stuff, and different. It is different when you're not living on top of each other like in that.
So it's like there is a proven thing here as you chuck people living on top of each other and densely populate that area.
That's great.
They start voting for bigger government because it's like you can see the problems, but you don't want to deal with the problems directly. You want someone else to.
I think one thing also that gets forgotten in Australia is that in terms of like even building the infrastructure for this number of world immigrants, you can't do it in Australia as easily as you can in a lot of other countries because Australia has issues with water and rivers and reservoirs and all sorts of other things. Australia is a huge country, but a lot of it you can't put cities on,
Well, we're a heavily urbanized country. Over 80% of our population live in urban cities. And also our premier down here, Jacinta Allen, it was one of Dan Andrews' final announcement was the big housing build. So last week, Jacinta Allen talked about these 50 activity centres around train stations, high, medium density. So she wants Victoria to be the townhouse capital. And traditionally, the Great Australian Dream has been like three bedroom home on with a back garden on a suburban street, and obviously the children in those days shared a bedroom, so it worked. And they're wanting to change all that. The politicians, we're going to build up. We're going to build these townhouses and apartments, which in our track record with apartments, like the dog boxes and the ones that have been faulty. What is that Opal Tower? At risk of collapsing. So the track record is not good at building up in Australia, and that's not how Australians are used to living.
Are these going to be for purchase, like in the private sector, or like can people buy these apartments, or is it like these are public housing? Is that what she's talking about? Public housing or?
There wants a mixture of both. So apparently some of it has to be what's termed social and affordable housing, which is just social housing is just a new buzzword for public housing, or I call socialist housing.
Are they like privately owned investment properties, but the rent is subsidized? Is that sort of what they're doing, or?
I'm not sure of the exact whether some apartments in the development have to be as part of the public housing, because how do you determine what apartment is going to be just at market rate and which one's going to be social and affordable?
Because you look at the ghettos in Chicago and New York City, you think of like the brick mansions. You know, we've all seen the movies, and these are like, oh, this suburb of 100,000 people. It's like 90% of them are fatherless homes, and you know, you can imagine like creating a social welfare suburb, a block of a fatherless suburb. You know what I'm saying? Or residential tower. That's all our problems will be solved with these mega, you know, social welfare constructions, the brick mansions. And it's just like, hang on, hasn't worked. Like, I don't think we want a Chicago style, New York style, essentially ghettos with the Bloods and the Crips killing each other in our streets. Like, not really desirable.
Though it's probably going to be safer with the rise in home invasion in Melbourne.
In a apartment building.
Yeah, or like I used to live in a townhouse complex which had a gate protection, sort of like how the whites in South Africa live.
Yep, they do.
We've got
Tim. Do you remember not very long ago that there was a big riot around Federation Square in Melbourne, and it had nothing to do with Australians. It was Hindus and Muslims.
No, Hindus and Sikhs. It was Hindus and Sikhs.
Yeah,
because the Sikhs were holding their fake Khalistan referendum. So, like, they were just holding like this referendum in Western cities. So it's part of the Punjab province of India. So even though they're supposed to be Australians and Canadians and Americans and British, they're all voting to secede. To secede, like, it had no impact. It was just a fake referendum. Like, they weren't actually voting in Punjabi province.
They could do it without getting killed.
Hindu nationalists, who you would say mostly would be aligned with Narendra Modi's BJP party, because he's a Hindu nationalist, turned up to attack them. The Sikhs protested Narendra Modi's tour of Australia last year, wherever he was. They're not the only ones. I mean, every Sunday it's the Melbourne and Sydney. It's the Muslims versus the Jews.
G'day,
everyone. Not Australia's problem. Not Australia's problem.
It is now, Duke, because we've imported it.
Yeah,
but we're still the world's most successful multicultural democracy.
Yeah, and we could have continued to do so. We just put the gas on too hard. Like, we just accelerated way too quickly. I think all this urban development and talking about towers up and building these ghetto blocks and things, one of the things that I don't think Australia has done enough of is investing in some of the country infrastructure to build up, you know, your Toowoomba's and your Oranges and your Dubbos and your Waggas and your trying to think of Ballarats and stuff around Victoria and different places to make them attractive, so people don't just come and flood and live in the urban sprawl of the major cities, and sort of make those more attractive. I mean, America is a little bit bigger than Australia, but they've got these big cities, these big landlocked cities across the whole thing. Now, they don't have quite the same desert issue we have. They've got a lot more sort of arable land across the whole country, but they've still got these big landlocked cities where people have built into these urban centers. I actually think we've got too few states. I think we should break the states up and have more states, and we'd have a lot more innovation happening internally away from the coast.
Well, there's been this talk about North Queensland secession for years. I guess you'd call it Kingsland, because you've always got to have the king on top of the queen. Because
Bobcat country.
Yeah, how can, like, and this has been the thing, the state parliament's based in Brisbane, making decisions for the rest of Queensland. I mean, how long's a flight from Brisbane to Townsville, Cairns?
2 hours. 2 hours and 25 minutes.
It's quicker flight Melbourne to Sydney.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I just
I
want
was
that.
just going to say, Tim, if you get a Greyhound bus from Cairns done down to Brisbane, that takes you longer than Brisbane to Sydney.
Yeah, it's crazy the distances, and you got these people sitting in these CBDs making all these decisions for all these country areas and cities, and they don't know the bulk of the population is in the CBD outer sprawl in the suburban area. So most of their policy and spending decisions are around their electorates where the bulk of the people are.
Yeah. Damien, you're based in Wollongong. Would you prefer that the Illawarra could govern itself rather than from Macquarie Street in Sydney?
It's an interesting topic, and I have heard it before. And I am a traditionalist, and I do kind of like to stick with how it is. But in saying that, I do think if we were having more states, a little bit more like how the US system works, I think that we would have better representation. And if we actually had states that were sort of regions, so to speak, so regions, the Hunter Valley, if they were states rather than actual just local council, well, it can't be local council because normally you have about 3 or 4 local councils in those big regions, sometimes as much as them. But if those regions were actually states rather than New South Wales being a state, I think it could work. It definitely could work. I mean, it's something I'd be happy to look at. It just has to be the right model, of course. And I suppose being more localized would be a good thing. And out in the country, you get better representation, especially rural areas. You wouldn't have all these left-wing CBD type people telling you what you should be and shouldn't be doing. So I think in this day and age, it's something that might be worth looking at, definitely.
And I think because you got to think about where will the states get income from, and if you obviously cut off the sort of rural areas, they're going to lose a lot of the agricultural or the mining sort of taxes or whatever that they're getting at the state level. And so, but that would encourage innovation. That would go, okay, well, you city areas where you've got the ports, then you have to have good import export policies. You got to actually focus on the knowledge economy of actually building tech hubs and things like that and driving those things. And in the country, they can then use their resource and mineral things to go, no, we're going to have tax incentives for people to come here. We're going to drop stamp duty so people can get their houses here and run their businesses. We're going to reduce red tape. And I think there's so much more can be done at the state levels. But it's not going to happen in the current model because, and it's a big change. I don't think anyone's ambitious enough to take it to any kind of referendum or model. Maybe if we ever get to the stage where we think about, the whole Republican thing.
If Bob Katter gets balance of power, there's like rumored that he will
They
force.
haven't been
them to make a
doing
referendum.
well, the Katter Party.
Yeah, they could hold the balance of power and be like, we want a referendum for the king of the north to have his own kingdom. And no abortions will happen. There'll be no homosexuals and no abortions. And everyone will have a gun.
Every kid can take a rifle to high school.
And what does a crocodile?
Nothing wrong with any of those things.
Yeah.
Paradise on earth.
The crocodile problem, that's real. There was a man who was eaten by a crocodile in front of his family in North Queensland recently. I mean, us Southerners.
Did he just push his wife into the croc? He's like, I'm done. I'm ready to trade her in for a new model, mate.
No, he was the one that was eaten.
Into the creek.
Hey, Tim, we've got a vote update just now. 25.3% counted. If you want to bring the score.
Oh, we actually got a vote update. It was like in 2020 in the US. Remember when it just all stopped? We're not expecting that to happen now.
Do you want to zoom in on that a little? It's a bit small.
Zoom in, mate.
Where's the Libertarian Party in that?
Yeah,
others. It's in others.
Yeah. How many Libertarian Party candidates were there?
There was 4 candidates.
So not many.
Switch to the all parties button. You can see they've got 0.2% of the vote. 1,600 votes so far.
Yep.
That's not a lot. They're below Animal Justice League. Yeah. They're well below legalized cannabis and Family First. So under
all parties here. Yep, there we go. Yeah. So the Animal Justice Party, they normally do pretty well, but they must not like. It's hard to bother these minor parties, like, because it is a unicameral parliament. Because Animal Justice do much better in Victoria and New South Wales because there's an upper house. Legalised cannabis still did well, 1.8%. Family First, the relaunched Family First, 2.1%. Weren't they standing in pretty much every seat?
Apparently, but I didn't see them on the ballot on the booth I was at.
Oh no, they. So where were the seats where the Libertarians were running?
Yeah, so we had Ipswich West, we had Clayfield, we had Burleigh, and we had Jordan.
And I was out at Ipswich West today, but I was actually volunteering for. We had a city council by-election. Russell Milligan is who I volunteered for. So
on you, Dusty.
He was 700 votes shy from winning at the last council election. So we figured like we could actually get had a high chance of getting him elected. And
this is what is it? Not Ipswich. I want to go to Ipswich.
You want Ipswich West. Is the one.
Yeah, and it's like a Labor stronghold, like 100 years of Labor. Ipswich is
Anthony Bull. I remember him. I wasn't impressed by his apology for the Malcolm Roberts photo that he did, the OK sign at one of the Freedman conferences. Said, "Oh yeah, I'm paraphrasing here, but yeah, I'm ashamed of my past." Like just for a funny photo with Malcolm Roberts where they're all doing the OK sign. Thought that was pretty pathetic. He just should have told the Guardian. I think he broke it just to get nicks.
Yeah, he should have just told them to fuck off. The Guardian are just the Marxist.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it.
Slop magazine.
Tim, I'm noticing in the chat someone called Frank O'Shea is saying you've only got liberals on your panel. Well, I can tell Frank O'Shea I'm not a liberal.
This is the new account of
I describe myself as dissident right. I'm not a liberal, trust me. And I know Tim fairly well, and Tim is also a nationalist, not a liberal.
For some reason, just he's got this fixation that I'm just a mediocre liberal disguising myself as a nationalist. So
never work that up. Tim, you have people on your streams sometimes who I would think twice about having on my stream. So you're not a liberal, man.
What? There's some people you think are too extreme for your stream.
I'm merely because it's on YouTube, and YouTube is not a free speech platform.
It's been all right, YouTube, lately. You just don't mention, i.e., the jabs.
Yeah.
Of course, isn't it ironic that Stephen Miles is talking about woman's right to control their body. Well, his predecessor, he was the health minister, wasn't he? Inject this into your body, or the virus is going to hunt you down, and you won't be allowed into all of these places. You'll be locked out.
Yeah.
Well, but my good friend, Lady of Shalott, was quite involved, as you know, Tim, with a lot of that stuff during the lockdowns in Victoria. And as I say, she's my good friend, Lady of Shalott. So there you go.
Yes, and we of course all wish her the best with a health battle. That's why she hasn't been very active recently.
Yeah, she's still alive and kicking. I was talking to her on my Discord today. She's still around.
So we got another update. So it looks like the Liberal National Party will just fall over the line, I reckon. So 38.1 primary, Labor 34.1. So seats 140 to 35. The Greens will hang on to 1. The Katters are back up to 3. So 47 for a majority. So How many seats are in doubt? Will it tell us here? So 16 seats in doubt. So I reckon they'll get there. The Liberal National Party, though, it looks like they'll just fall over the line.
That's crazy. That should have been a landslide.
How's James Ashby's seat going? Because
it's been won by the LNP. He came third.
And like, you know, people have only ever rubbished James Ashby to me. Like, I've rubbed shoulders with many One Nation people, and even inside the party, I've heard him be rubbished. But I kind of wanted to see him have a go to prove himself. You know, I've never met the guy. He's obviously, Pauline has trusted him, his advice. Yeah, he's an advisor. So there must be something to it. Like, there must be something to the guy. Yeah, there must be something to the guy that he's always been behind the scenes and we've never really seen him.
He's become a regular on the Sky News panels. But remember when he first hit the headlines back in 2012, he was a LNP staffer and accused Peter Slipper. They
had a punch on in Parliament, didn't they?
No. This is that was for what is that? About 7 years later with Brian Burston, the One Nation. Yeah. So going back to 2012 when he was an LNP staffer, he accused Peter Slipper, the speaker, of sexually harassing him. I remember there was that text message that was leaked. Peter Slipper, even though he was married to a woman, described women's genitals as like mussels in a jar.
Oh my God!
Maybe that's what he likes, Tim.
No, the fact that
he stuffs his steak in a jar and goes at it.
I mean, Keppel's had a big swing against Labor Party. They're like a 30% swing against them, and One Nation picked up a lot more of that than the Libs did. They've got an 8.8 swing to Ashby. Whereas the LNP only had a 3.2% swing. But I imagine Ashby's he's like 24% of the vote versus 32.
Do we think this is
his preferences will flow?
Like, in the sense, is One Nation, because everyone's saying Ashby's going to be the next future leader of One Nation. Is this the nail in the coffin for Ashby? Like, is now...
no, it's not. Because... Yeah.
Well, Pauline has to choose someone who's going to run the party. Malcolm's brilliant man, but he's too old. They're both
well, he's been the most loyal from the beginning, even when there was remember Malcolm Roberts got disqualified due to dual citizenship. Nathan Swindon says Ashby is gay though.
Yeah, that's the biggest complaint inside of One Nation. Like, personally, everyone says he's gay.
He is.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, and that is an area where I do think I don't understand it. I think heterosexual monogamy is the way. So, as much as I would have a conversation with Ashby, I'd have him on my show, I'd interview him, I'd like to get him to know him, so I don't know him personally. Yeah. I don't know his value.
I think he's just generally, I don't think there's a high level of trust there. And I don't know, you hear people that come and go and they've run as candidates in One Nation, and internally the just sort of administrative layer of One Nation is a bit of a mess. It's not a democracy inside. They don't have branches for their pre-selection. It's all very command and control from sort of Pauline and James, I think. That's why you see guys like Craig Kelly come and go very quickly, because they're just not a good fit for that kind of environment. They just don't mesh and gel there. So I was wondering, and said when I first jumped on the stream, if Ashby won, what was that going to mean for the already sort of administratively challenged One Nation if Pauline lost Ashby to run a seat? Doesn't look like that's going to happen. But to your point, if he was meant to be in Parliament to be the next coming future leader,
he was supposed to, and he couldn't get him across the line. So now
So is it Sarah Game from South Australia? She's probably one of the next most prominent One Nation.
She's the next Pauline Hanson. She has to.
Obviously, to be the next Pauline Hanson, have to be in the Senate. So traditionally, One Nation is only wins a Senate seat in Queensland. Obviously, with the double dissolution, in 2016. They got Brian Burston in New South Wales. So that was a when James Ashby had that bust up with Brian Burston in the corridors, and then he smeared his blood. He got cut and smeared his blood on the walls. Then he joined the United Australia Party. Then there was Rod Cullerton. He was elected for One Nation in Western Australia. Then he got disqualified and quit the party. Then had the Great Australian Party. And then it was his brother-in-law who took the seat, Peter Giorgio, who was quite loyal to Pauline. But they lost Mark Latham. He was the most high-profile departure in the New South Wales Parliament, and that people said that maybe was because Ashby was offended by Mark Latham's a tweet.
That makes sense.
Alex Greenwich.
I wonder why Pauline didn't back him on that, because what Latham said was not defamation. I know that Greenwich won the case.
Defamatory.
I know he lost the case in court, and Greenwich got the money. But I mean, technically, he was stating biological facts, which, you know, as you said, Dusty, as a hetero, you don't get it, and you do find that disgusting. The physical act of male partnership with one another. Latham described that in not so delicate terms on X, and then he got sued for defamation. But I'm like, that's not defamatory. It's just a bit gross to talk about that in public circles like that.
It was cool, but like I appreciated the banter of the nature of what Latham was saying. Like,
it was quite a graphic tweet, though.
And I think it's like that is how most guys. So if you come concreting with me, it is sexism, racism, homophobic, transphobic all day. But it's pointed at you like, "Oh, you faggot, fat, fucking Yugoslavian transgender cunt, get over here, you fucking bludger." You know, so it's like it's insulting you, calling you these things, and then you cop it back, and it's all day long, and it's rough talk, and it's pretty funny. Like,
used to be traditionally, Dusty. It used to be traditionally the way Australians spoke. You know, Australians were known for calling a spade a shovel. You know, or the other way around. But you know what I mean.
Yeah. If you have a few days off work concreting, be like, I was hoping you were fucking come out trans and were coming back with a set of tits we could look at.
As blokes, if you're not bantering with your mates and calling each other gay, then you're not straight.
It's all day long. Gay jokes, racist jokes, trans jokes.
I when I finished uni, I went into a summer labouring, and young 20-something, like 21-year-old Christian boy on the tradie site with the brand new boots turning up, and they worked out within a week they hadn't heard me swear at all, and then it was on for young and old. They just spent the entire summer just trying to wind me up to get me to crack and swear at them. So I sort of dug my heels and went, "There's no way, they're not breaking me. I'm not doing it." Yeah. But they work pretty hard.
Bestiality joke. What? Like, you can't be like, "Oh, that Vietnamese guy, that was his pet chicken he's eating now," and it's like he's eating the chicken. You're like, "How many times did you fuck it, mate?" Like, it's just you know, you go, "Oh, fuck," like.
Come on, boys, tone it down. Is that enough?
But this is the thing. Labor just last minute passed this new human rights law in Queensland.
Because that's what you need, more human rights issues.
And it's going to interfere in workplaces, where workplaces now are like liable to have to provide training and education in the proper way that we should communicate with each other in a peaceful, civilized manner. And it's like it specifically lists race, gender, pronouns, and all the shit. So like, you know, they're gonna have concreters strapped into fucking chairs like Clockwork Orange with little toothpicks in the eyes, be like, "You must fucking comply."
Well, this is the misinfo disinfo thing. One of the serious harms is vilification by all of these categories, and so you just have an opinion about something that's in these protected categories, all of a sudden someone goes, that caused me serious harm,
Well,
and it's labeled as misinformation, and then they go, well, the X had to block that because it was misinformation, so now I can also take you for a human rights offense because I've got precedent that was vilifying because it was serious harm over here, which means now I'm going to sue the pants off you over here. Like, it's nuts.
Well, we were just talking about voter fraud earlier on. That's one of the things that can be said to be misinformation. Yes, serious harm to the running of elections.
Yep, or referendums or referendum proposal. You read the explanatory memorandum where it goes, it's not just the operation, it means even discussion about the proposal. So all of us that were calling out the 1 page versus the 17 pages and the treaty, but it's not about a treaty, and all the counter narrative.
They lost because of disinformation.
Yeah, but all the stuff that was actually factually true that we were calling out on the No campaign, that Albo kept denying and saying, no, that's not true, that's not true, no, that's not true. That it would be in the serious harm category according to the explanatory memorandum and could have been shut down.
We've got
go and watch any old Paul Hogan show on YouTube, and it would never make it to mainstream Australian TV.
Well,
the
Adventures of Barry Mackenzie, which I watched after Barry Humphries died, and like thinking about the Foster's, it is featured heavily there. It would be deemed too cultural cringe these days. Like it's funny, but there's no way that a movie would be made like that today, let alone the Australian government funding it.
Yeah, I mean the hoax stuff.
I used to like the advert where they had a whole U full up with slabs and slabs of beer, and then Paul Hogan turns around and says, "Oh yeah, we mustn't forget the Chivas." So they put 2 bottles of sherry on it, and the U breaks.
But even the 80s, the Steve Visor, the fast forward stuff that led into the full frontal, half of that wouldn't pass muster nowadays either.
Oh well, what is it? Mac Jashabansky's had to apologize for wearing blackface on Fast Forward.
She should apologize for a lot more than that.
So we've got a Alan Bastard MP who says Cameron Dick, who's the Deputy Premier and Treasurer, brother of the Federal House Speaker, Milton Dick. Imagine growing up with that particular name. Stated he'd be making a concession speech by now, but the LNP leader not popular with the public. Well, I nicknamed Chris a fool he, because he just he looks like a little weasel pipsqueak in physicality, and also
he's a little Italian. He's going to shiv you.
Well, did you see Pauline's cartoon on Friday where they had him as this like really scrawny little guy up against Giggles?
Yeah. Who is it? James Ashby. Who is it? It's Miles that he.
I reckon he would fuck Giggles up in a fight. But like I've seen some Italian concreters and they look like small guys.
We have, but
they got big hearts. They can go.
Italian
Giggles
MPs in
is soft as
Australia
fuck.
Are really short. So down here in Victoria, the Liberal opposition leader John Pasciuto is a really short Italian, and Dan Andrews' former deputy James Molino, also a very short Italian. At the COVID press conferences, when it went from Dan to James Molino, they had to put the mic down and the camera had to pan down. He was called Mini Molino.
Yeah.
So yes, the Italian politicians in Australia have been very short.
Definitely, like he's bottling up the true Italian nature. Like I presume he's Italian. I don't know if he's Italian, but you know, we do need that fire to be unleashed. Like his genetic coding, if he becomes prime minister. If he becomes the leader of Queensland, Premier, he needs to unleash the coding. Has to be unleashed. You know, we need the fucking talking with the hands and the screaming and the yelling, and just like get shit done. We want it.
The LNP leaders across the board need to actually show some backbone and stop playing small target and put forward some vision. And yes, they might be held accountable for it, but actually say you want to make some change and get some freaking stuff done. This whole small target strategy, I think Peter's getting there federally, but gee, it's a slow burn. But Chris Foley was like nothing.
I wish he came out and said, we want to build 20 new orphanages across Queensland, and like have a map and be like, bang, 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 here are all the orphanages. We're going to build them, state-of-the-art facilities. We're networking with the best private colleges. They're going to become like managed like a boarding school, connected with an orphanage, and you'll be able to come there with adoption agencies, and we're going to radically reduce the amount of babies being aborted in Queensland. We're not going to touch abortion laws, but we're going to give women a real choice. And through orphanages and adoption agency, it's going to be absolutely amazing. And you'll be able to drive past an orphanage, and there'll be hundreds of children playing, enjoying their life, and you've saved them. The Queensland tax, like, tell me that. Let's just go to town. Let's save these babies. Like, let's go. Let's build the orphanages. Let's give a real choice. Keep your laws. You can, if you want to abort your own child in the final trimester, you can do that.
No, don't say they can do that.
No, well, that's what the law is. It's demonic. It's evil. He doesn't have to change that law. But what he has to do is there's a whole lot else you can do without touching that law. He did nothing. He didn't come out and tell me a vision for orphanages and adoption agencies or anything. He didn't tell me.
That's what everyone says. Conservatives don't have an alternative. They say, oh yeah, you care so much about these babies before they're born, but once they're born, you don't give a rat's and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, tax cuts for families, like mother and father, husband and wife become one taxable.
That's the other thing that
do something.
The Palaszczuk, under Anastasia Palaszczuk, the Queensland Labor government passed the gender self-ID. Though I think you need a stat deck from somebody who's known you more than 12 months that you are a bona fide transgender person. Chris Foley, he hasn't said that he will repeal that. The Liberal leader over in Western Australia, Libby Metham, has said that he'll repeal gender ID if she wins the WA state election, which will be the next election, Australian election stream we will do unless there's an early federal election. And also the new NT chief minister, Leah Finocchiaro, she said that she would protect babies born alive, and she still won. She was unapologetic with that.
Matty, you
out of the lot of them.
What was that? Sorry, Dave?
I was going to say, Matty, you were out on the stands today. What was the sentiment like you were getting? Because I know you get a lot of people that just heads down, take the how to vote, move on. But did you get many people sort of throw on snide comments or wanted to have a chat or arc up about anything?
Yeah. Oh, mate, I've been on the case since 4 a.m. So it's still going. But so I started out at Ipswich West, and sort of everyone setting up their signs were pretty friendly. After that, I jumped across to Burleigh, so where Kathy Osborne for the Libertarian Party, and I helped out there during the day. Everyone there was actually really friendly. So, LNP actually bought all the volunteers Subway, so they bought lunch for everyone in Labor, everyone in Greens, all the Libertarians.
Oh wow!
Which was great. Like I was having a yarn to all of them at once. They did say apparently there was a Greens volunteer who had to get ejected from early poll, who was basically saying, sort of vote Greens or you're racist, and effectively just kind of verbally assaulting people if they weren't voting for Greens. So that was out at Christine Ave in Burleigh. After that, I jumped across to Clayfield and helped out with Nick Buick. Lovely guy, but I put up a video. And it looks like I'm standing on like a box jump next to him. Like the guy's just like he's like man mini.
He's Krista Fuller's cousin.
Oh, he's like he's a lovely guy, but he's a bit of a manlet. And yeah, it was all right there. There was actually a moment. The Greens candidate, I did a video, and I'm so proud that I did. I was doing a video with Nick Buick, and I didn't realize that behind us was the Greens candidate. And on camera, I said to Nick Buick, I said, "Hey mate, what's the difference between socialism and a bucket of turds?" And he goes, "What's the difference?" And I said, "The bucket." And then like I went back to review the video, and then like the bloke's behind me like shaking his head. So I'm so glad that he heard that. And I wish I had to turn around. I would have said it to his face, but that's another story. Look, the sentiment that I found is, as I was handing out pamphlets, which I handed a lot of pamphlets out with these bad boys on, absolutely rocking it. I went there. I'd say to people, like, you know, we'd have a bloke who obviously goes to the gym, and I'd be like, "Mate, call the vet. Those pythons are looking sick." And it was like an icebreaker, right? So I was absolutely killing it.
Nice.
I got out so many pamphlets, and I had so many conversations with every single person. Like I didn't stop flapping my gums. It was so powerful. All credit to Dusty for being a great inspiration, but I absolutely killed it in actually getting out there and talking to people. But the sentiment that I found is everyone would look at the pamphlet, and almost every hour someone would say, "I didn't even know that, like, who are the libertarians?" They're like, "I haven't even seen any ads. You know, I don't even know what your policies are. Like, I just don't know anything about you." And so I think that's where they fell over a bit. Like the energy that we had there was palpable. I mean, you know, there's a bloke out here saying it's like retarded shit. Like I'm saying, "Oh mate, bangers and mash." Nah, mate, we're all about the pingers and the gash. And, you know, saying stupid shit like that, and it absolutely went off. Like I was doing selfies. The energy was great. We had this great energy, and sadly, I just think with one bloke going to 3 different electorates when there's only 4 state candidates, I think they needed like at least another Matty J Stagg doing the same thing, and we would have got a better result. So I think we really tried hard. The energy was great. The momentum was great. I just don't think we had the numbers, and we didn't have the we simply just didn't have the no one knew who the libertarians are. That's what I think.
But it's a long game. Like I'm in the libertarian branch in Ipswich, and we are playing a long game. This is, you know, we're like, let's do this. Let's go 4 candidates, and we are building the brand. We are, you know what I mean? We're very well aware of what this election is going to be for us. We're realists, you know, but we're in it for the long haul. Our candidates and our volunteers and our branches are all here for the long game. And we want to shift things to the right. We want to introduce good policies, and we want to change things. You know, we want to put the pressure on the LNP. So, like, as much as we can, you know, say what we can, I've seen guys, let's just say this, I've seen guys in the past who volunteer on political election cycles, and they say, "That's it, I'm done. I'm over it. I don't think I'll volunteer again." In the Libertarian Party, you're not going to find that. The people there are long-term in it because there's a political philosophy attached to this and a belief system, you know, and that is smaller government. Like I'm sick of 50 cents and any dollar I earn disappearing to people who just waste it on
to a train fare.
So, you know, it has to end. It's going to end. I was telling people in Ipswich, I was talking to people, and they're saying, "You know, but I like Stephen Miles because 50-cent fares and free lunches."
He can bench press 100 kilograms.
Well, it was all about the free stuff. This is what
free lunches.
And I said to them, I said, "Well, you've got 2 choices right there, Labor, Liberal. You got your free stuff right now. You got what you can get right now. Short-term thinking right now. And then you've got Liberal. They're playing a little bit more. They're thinking a little bit more in the long term. But eventually we're going to have to think long term because we're $1 trillion in debt as a nation. It's the equivalent of $40,000 in debt per individual Australian. So what are we going to do? We're going to cook that up to $100,000 per person, and eventually we're going to bankrupt the country if we don't wake up. So, it's absolutely, we can't just live on the goodies, and the people who are voting are literally, you have to talk to them. They want the free stuff. They've been offered free stuff. The signs are saying free this, free that. That's
It's
on
malfunctioning, the ABC.
Yeah, it's gone backwards, right?
Yeah. So we are just basically filling the time with looking at the bigger issues, because it's obviously, this is a Queensland state election. You have fixed 4-year terms now, so you've had this is the first 4-year cycle that you've had. So Palaszczuk winning in 2020. It was actually Halloween. Do you remember, Dusty? We dressed up for Halloween. I dressed up as our old nemesis, Peter Grace.
I can't even remember. I must have been blind drunk. Yeah. Was I?
We had Alexandra Marshall dress up as she was like a tiger cat. That's what she was. And Barclay McGain, the young larrikin who was too much for the young Alan P, dressed up as his character Captain Cancel. Although in 2021 Halloween he had the best Halloween costume, Kyle Rittenhouse, which I remember like so many those Labour drip accounts were so triggered, and Doug Cameron, that old ex Labour Senator Scotsman, said, "Oh, this is entitled Tory youth." I should have done that with a Scottish accent, but yeah, that's why I think they hate him so much, because he's just a happy warrior, and it's like, oh, he's just an entitled white Tory youth.
Yeah, well, I went to, this is Barclay you're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we went to Barclay, was one of the key organisers of the Gavin Wilson Gala dinner. So this was maybe a month ago, 3 weeks ago, a month ago. And this is Gavin Wilson, who, drag queens are not for kids. He protested drag queen story time in Brisbane City Public Library, and he was bullied to death. He was gay. He was a young liberal in the Young Liberals, and he got the Young Liberals together, and they protested drag queen story time in the public library. And literally the Veronicas were bullying him on social media. The Labor Party was bullying him on social media. The Liberal National Party turned on him. And
throw him under the bus.
Absolute, just abandoned the young guy. The young man jumped in front of a train 2 days later.
Yeah,
so, brutal.
Yeah, and they wanted to bully Barclay to the same death. They kept sending him that Bachelor Girl song, Buses and Trains, where the chorus is, "I went under a bus and got hit by a train, and it felt so good, I want to do it again." So they were sending him that song saying, "Oh, you should follow your mate."
Yeah.
Tolerant left. They're the be kind, compassionate people.
Yeah, because at the time, a lot of the people involved in that circle were ringing me. I don't know how they got my number, but my phone was ringing, and they're like, blah, 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 this is happening. And I was like, who gives a fuck? Turn your social media off. If it's stressing you out, fuck them. Because they were ringing me. They're like, Dusty, you don't give a fuck what the Guardian says about you or what the trolls say about you. You just water off a duck's back, flip him the bird, and keep doing what you do. And I was like, yeah, boys, come on, let's go for a beer. And this was like, they just reached out to me, his circle of friends, Wilson Gavin, and bang, the next day he jumped in the train. I'm like, get the guy to call me, give me his number, let's go, we'll go for a beer. Bang, next day he's jumped in front of a train. So I was like, holy fuck, like that. It was pretty real. Absolutely. But Barclay and his mates have this gala dinner, which is, it's a freaking tuxedo event. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. It's a Gavin Wilson Gala. Like I would say, like Tim, you should fly up to Brisbane and you should attend this. It is like an A grade, awesome event. Barclay is key, and it shows you like the character of Barclay, what he's been able to do, the resilience, the networking, the people.
He's over in the States at the moment, I think, working in one of the DC think tanks. I interviewed Wilson Gavin on my old program, The Unshackled Waves, back in, 2018, monarchy versus republicanism, because he was one of was he with Australians for Constitutional Monarchy or the Monarchist League?
Yeah, that's sort of what the gala was about. It's about keeping his philosophy alive, which was, as you said, one of these British monarchy kind of traditional Australian, and it was great. They sang the national anthem. They sang some song to the king. They had some guy in a kilt doing a speech, cracking jokes. And it was this Australiana with a, connection to the really British identity. And it's like, this is what Gavin Wilson was about. We're keeping his belief alive, the culture alive, the value structure that he believed in. And it seems that, really the left, the Marxist, the socialist hate the guy. They hated everything about the young man to a evil level.
Yeah, Wilson also spoke against same-sex marriage during the marriage law postal survey. So he and they were pretty horrible to him back then as well.
Yeah, I can't believe that year this happened. The guy killed himself that year. The Veronicas sang.
It was the beginning of 2020.
Yeah, that year the Veronicas, who were hostile as fuck to this young man on social
one of
media,
them
sending in the trolls, sending their fans in to bully the fuck out of this kid. And guess what? Guess who sang at the State of Origin? Who opened the State of Origin for that year? It was the Veronicas up in Townsville.
One of them is
incredible.
One is dating a trans man, so a woman, biological woman.
Yeah, right.
Is that like? Did you see the one on Ben Shapiro who came up and did like the AC Slater Saved by the Bell thing, flipped the chair around and like did the little chair straddle, trying to look all tough and like eyeball Ben?
Don't they know any better? These
no, they don't. They don't.
A woman because she kept speaking over Ben.
Yeah.
I'm speaking.
Like you know, we're not stupid.
And just randomly changing topics. It's like I'm a trans person. You got a problem with that? So tell me about black slavery in China. Tell me about like what the freaking heck? Like no cohesive train of thought. Just kept trying to like throw random hand grenades at Ben to see what he'd say and what he'd react. It was
it's called
mental.
being retarded.
Yeah, that explains a lot.
I think it's Tim that they're bringing in all these laws that he was talking about earlier, that you mustn't say anything that could possibly offend anyone. You could drive someone to commit suicide if they're on the right, and that's perfectly all right. No one's going to go to jail for that.
Yeah, and you can't be racist against white people. Like that's a thing. Like, and then the leftists will admit that. Oh, you're white. We can't be racist towards you. You can't be racist against white people. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Like the hypocrisy.
They are racist.
One of the few white cab drivers in London, a stupid white bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
right.
They said she wasn't racist because you can't be racist to white people.
Nope. I mean, because they're the majority, right? That was the argument. I remember doing a piece on this back when that happened, and I looked at the demographics and go, well, technically, there's like 51% women in the world, only 49% dudes or something. Like, they actually have the balance, which means you can't be sexist towards women because they're the majority, right? surely it's like open silent misogyny because they're the majority. You can't be offensive to the majority. You're allowed to say whatever you like if you're the minority, and men are the minority in the world now. So surely
but
we
they
can
just invent, like the left invent all this bullshit, and then we go, oh, we're gonna play to their game, and everyone's racist, everyone's sexist, we're this, we're that, and we go, no, I'm not. You know, I've done it too. No, I'm not. What the fuck are you talking about? We never, no normal person, no fucking guy pouring a slab, concreters, we don't think about any of the shit that they invent. No. It is a fucking invention of their mind. They are the crazy people, and we entertain that. We don't even know. We go, what the fuck are you talking about? They're the true racists.
I don't know what it is. There's this.
They are fucked in the head, these identity politics freaks.
There's this Broadway thing with puppets, and there's this song, Everyone's a Little Bit Racist, which just owns up. Everyone's a little bit like insular, and everyone's a little bit like, I can't believe those people. And like, it could be on any kind of level or metastructure. It's not a defined thing. Everyone just stereotypes, and everyone is a little bit like all about themselves and they're like us and them. But the left just make that the entire thing. And when people flippantly say, whatever, and they don't hold it against anyone, it's not like this deep-seated thing. But for the left, it is their identity. Their identity is to be identified by the us versus them. And it's this constant struggle and battle. And it's like, calm down.
They invented multiculturalism. They're like, multicultural, we're a multicultural society. And then we have the Aboriginal lobby, the Muslim lobby, the Jewish lobby, all these lobbying groups looking out for the gay. Everyone's got a lobbying group. What, you know?
How does that work with intersectionality? Do you need to have the gay Aboriginal Palestinians?
Well, that's like, how does they do? It's incredible. They're the most powerful. They're the most powerful people there are
because they're oppressed on so many different layers.
Yeah, they're just like rolling out in a wheelchair, drooling with a gay Aboriginal flag and a Quran sitting on their lap.
I finally got
anything to them because
the only lobby group you're not allowed to have is a white European Anglo-Celtic lobby group. You can't have that. Any other group you're allowed, but not that.
The British Australian community is that. Like, this is where we're normalizing and we're changing the game. I think the British Australian community is doing it. ANA, Australian Nativists Association's doing it. And, you know, it's happening. It's happening now. And I saw it in The Voice. I saw the Israeli lobby say, they came out on Sky News or Channel 10 or whatever, and they said, we're encouraging the Jewish community to vote no because the left-wing Marxists who are involved with the Aboriginal lobby are anti-Israel. So they said, we don't want to empower the Indigenous lobby because they are anti-Israel. So the Jewish lobby in Australia did not want you to vote no because it would fuck Australia up. They wanted you to vote no because it was bad for Israel. So as soon as I saw that, I thought to myself, holy fuck.
Australians to vote yes, so did Devere Abramovich. Did you see?
So they even have their own.
The Queensland Jewish Collective today, they had their signs out at polling booths. The Greens support terrorism, put Greens last. And Drew Pavlou, he posed in front of them. He still put the ALP.
That's awesome.
First.
I interviewed that guy in the yellow shirt. He's an Iranian. These are like Iranian guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
but the signs
Iranian, Aussie, yeah.
But the signs are authorized by the Queensland Jewish Collective.
That's right, yeah.
So
hand in hand with there's like the Jewish lobby. There's a left-wing Jewish lobby and a right-wing Jewish lobby. I'm talking about the right-wing Jewish lobby.
Yeah, that's
this guy. This is the same lobby.
They're an outlier with David Adler. All right, we've got some. Hey, where's that? Where did that Stand With Ukraine come from? Where's that?
Is that a Restream thing? Because Restream, I know I use Restream, but if I don't know what tier you're on, maybe
that's
like a forced watermark, depending on what tier you're on.
How
there
much
we go.
money can you waste by standing with Ukraine on a war they can't win?
Oh, so my Restream subscription is going to Ukraine.
I mean, I've thought about changing from Restream to one of the other ones, but Restream's just got the best features for the best price point for what I use.
Well, yeah, because StreamYard just it completely jacked it up to ridiculous
Yes.
amount.
Yeah, this
Right,
looks like a good
it's,
setup.
it's still there.
Have you used your graphics on your graphics panel? Have you accidentally clicked on the little like default graphic to have it on there?
Have I?
Maybe check your
Let
graphics
me
panel.
have a look.
Great. Now I'm the one standing with Ukraine. What have you done? You put me full screen standing. Thanks for nothing.
There we
Tim.
go. There we go. Yeah,
There
yeah.
we go.
Oh, that was a close one.
Matty, you were saying you were like you know complimenting people on going to the gym and the guns. Have you guys ever seen that Troy Hawk guy, the Professional Greeters Association bloke, who as people turn up to events, he's like giving them all these compliments? Have you seen that guy on TikTok or whatever?
No, does he look like the Terminator or something?
No. He's like this well-dressed guy who's like in like a felt dinner jacket, sort of like the thing, and he's like, "Oh, you look fabulous today. Oh, lovely hair, marvelous things." Like this English bloke, and he's a professional greeter, and so he goes to all these big events, and even he stands out the front of like the 7-Eleven, and he just like says the nicest things to people, and just makes them like feel really happy and good about themselves. And whenever I'm doing pre-poll, and you do that because you want to get a connection to get someone to talk to you as you're heading how to vote, and go. So I feel like I'm this professional greeter guy from these TikToks all day while I'm sort of paying people compliments so that I can have a chat with them and hand them these cards. Look him up, Troy Hawk. He's amazing. It's a true talent.
I did. Oh mate, I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling burnt out after the amount of energy I put into today. In all honesty, I'm so glad and I'm so proud of myself that I embarrassed a Greens candidate to his face.
Great.
Like that was probably the highlight of my day. In all honesty, like the guy, like it was very good. I mean then as well, like I was invited to Nick Buick's after party where I was actually able to meet Jordan Ditloff, which was great. And then again, like I sort of got up to more shenanigans there, sort of having a bit of a beeline, sort of off topic and basically making fun of purple pingers for 5 minutes straight.
He's that filthy Victorian socialist,
a squatter guy,
a communist, yeah. Who his solution to the housing crisis is just to steal people's property. Jordan Vanderlam. He's got the most punchable face you can possibly imagine, and he looks like the most disgusting socialist ever.
Oh, just the smugness. He's just got that smug thing down, doesn't he? Like,
yeah. He says he's a lawyer, but he's not actually, from what I've heard, a practicing lawyer, and he doesn't seem to know how to interpret acts very well.
Oh, the worst things about that guy is, number one, he can't grow a proper beard. So like that's concerning in the first place, because never trust a poly who can't grow a fucking beard. Like, number two, it's like the guy's read one book in his life. You know, it's like the guy's read the comics and he's never read a second book. Which again comes back to my favorite word of the night, retarded, because the guy is. Number three, you know, even on the video I did with Ditloff, I said the same thing. The only difference between a bucket of shit and socialism is the bucket. And then number four, I said I said to him, like, debate Jordan Ditloff or neck up your parrot. So hopefully he understands that that's the worst possible insult that an Australian can give to someone else, is to tell a fucking parrot to neck up. Don't ask me what it means. I just know it's highly insulting. So
I've never heard that term before in my 4+ decades on this planet.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, I mean this in the nicest terms when I say, like, purple pingers can get fucked with a cactus, like in the worst way possible, because I really hope that he stays in Melbourne, stays far away from Queensland, and may God have mercy on his soul.
He'll move up here now. You've said it.
He'll if he doesn't get in on against Ditloff at state, he'll try and
he's not going to win.
He'll go for Lydia's seat in the Senate next time round for the federal.
He's probably it's probably a trial run to run for the Victorian Upper House in 2026. I tried to put the results up on the screen because we are getting some updates now. So we've got a third counted now. So the Liberal National Party, they're projected so far 41 seats, 39.4% of the primary, 3.5% swing. Labor, 33.4, minus 6.2% swing. So 35 seats they're projected. Liberal Nationals gain 6. Labor minus 5. The Greens, even though they've gone up 1.5%, they've lost South Brisbane, minus 1 seat. One Nation, even though they got 1.2% swing to them and are 8.3%, they're going to end up with 0 seats. So that was really stupid of Pauline Hanson and James Ashby to kick out their only MP who'd held the seat for 2 terms. And then Katter's Australia Party, even though 0.2% swing, 2.3%, won 3 seats. The two-party preferred Liberal National Party, 52.8, Labor, 47.2. So some are saying it could be a hung parliament. It looks like they'll fall over the line. I reckon the Liberal National Party, as more pre-poll is counted. It's going to be the
Bob's got the balance of power.
It's going to be the regions that will deliver it to
Bob. Bob's the real winner because he's got the balance of power. So he's the new king of Queensland. Long live the king.
Well, Katter, doesn't he also claim now to be an Aboriginal as well? Though if you dared say his grandfather was Lebanese, he'd go mad at you. He said to Tom Connell once when he mentioned this, "Is like, you need a hiding, son." Tom Connell is that skinny reporter on Sky News. He's probably about 40 now, but still looks like he's in high school. So it's probably lucky that Katter wasn't in the same studio.
Bob's still looking fit. Like, did you see that photo of him in a singlet with a sledgehammer? Was that on some like train tracks? And he was like, he's fucking juicy. You know what I mean? He's getting tee shots every fucking fortnight.
He's in his 70s now.
Well, the last time I saw him come out on anything was him complain about can't use cash in the cafeteria at Parliament House.
Oh yes. Also remember he dressed up as a pig with Andrew Wilkie to represent the greed of the supermarkets.
And he's got like dementia now. Like, let's be real. He's fucking.
Well,
yeah.
Oh yeah, he's got the 2 years. He's got the
And if he talking about how ridiculous is this, and but don't you dare blah blah blah, like he just snaps from like he's like bipolar. It's interesting. His son Robbie's his son, right? He's actually had a swing against him of nearly 10% in the seat of Traeger. Liberal National have actually had a huge swing against to taking some of Katter's
he nearly lost his seat in 2013. He's easily gonna win.
Oh, he's got like double the vote of Liberal Nationals, but he still had a swing against him, which I think is interesting.
That's probably the most secure seat in Australia, or what? 76%.
Robbie Katter.
Yeah. Like fucking Lee's got that shit locked down.
Yeah, because he'll pick up the preferences from Libs and One Nation.
Yep.
So,
and I think Family First weren't contesting any Katter seats.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because like legit, they were like, yeah, we share the same values, like all the pro-life, saving the babies, build the orphanages.
I remember I hadn't seen much of Robbie, but I saw a bit of him during the Voice stuff. And he was, bringing up the point that under native title, they can't own any land.
It's a communist.
Yeah, it's completely mental. And so I love that the Katters are saying this whole indigenous disadvantage, it's just baked into the legal system. Like there's all this stuff
they
don't
have equity on that. They can't go and invest that. Like, be like, we want to have a fucking build this business or build anything.
Yeah, I reckon native title needs to be extinguished, and if people have homes and stuff there, subdivide, give them some blocks, but allow them to, you know, actually activate it economically at an individual level versus these sort of
let them
council
sell it
committees
off.
and stuff.
Let them make it that they own it and they can do whatever the fuck they want with it, because we can buy it back off them. They can enrich themselves.
Yeah,
They can get that, unlock that equity and use it to invest. That'd be fucking awesome. Like I was a youth leader for 8 years and a lot of my boys are Indigenous, and I'm like, they have that with the native title or whatever. They can hunt in native animals. They can go and kill kangaroo and eat it and all this shit. Like all of us would go out to a community and go on a hunting trip with Indigenous people and be like, we're gonna fucking kill that kangaroo and this kookaburra and that whatever, and you're gonna eat it and you get to kill it with them. You'd be like, fuck yeah. It'd be like such a tour. Let them kill crocodiles. The only people who should be able to kill crocodiles in Queensland. You go, you pay top dollar, and an Aboriginal dude takes you on a tour, and you killing, you're fucking shooting crocs and eating crocs, skinning them, and making fucking Mad Max style crocodile suits. But like, let's unleash the economic potential of these people, and we can do it. You know what we're doing, like this native title, we're locking that up.
Yeah, make crocodile boots great again. That's what we need.
Yeah, let's do it. I want to eat crocodile meat. I will go hunting with some legend.
Fishy chicken, mate. It's fishy. Crocodile is fishy chicken. I've eaten crocodile. Yeah, it's like fishy chicken.
I had emu once. It was really dry. It was like, yeah, it wasn't great. Emu, and
why don't we? While we're waiting for more results, why don't we relive the moment that made Bob Catterer a global star?
Who did he punch in the mouth?
People are entitled to their sexual proclivities. You know, I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. You know, but I ain't spending any time on it, because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
You fucked it, Tim. You're making Bob look bad.
That's great. I love that.
But that shows the two gears of Katter perfectly.
Yeah,
I couldn't see or hear anything.
Hey, can someone aware me to something? I'm just having a look at the results. How has One Nation got 8.2% of the vote but no seats?
Because it's distributed across the wrong seats. It's like Farage with Reform Party. You're going to get a bunch of votes, but you just got minorities and lots of different seats all spread out, rather than a lot of them in one seat.
Seats.
So if we had a Senate in Queensland, One Nation would have picked up fucking 2 seats then, you know?
It won't be... It will never happen, because the two major parties won't agree to it, because they love being in a majority government where they can pass whatever they want.
Unicameral.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
you can't have white power in Queensland, but you can have red power and you can have blue power, and that's okay.
Because that One Nation, that 8% of the vote, the 99,000, if that's 7,000 split across like 12 seats, then that's nothing.
An army of people.
Do you know,
if all of us donated $10, we can fucking change shit in this state. But every one of them who voted should just chuck $10 in the pot, you know? And let's go like, Pauline, we're doing branches now, and we're building fucking clubhouses across and getting Harleys.
That's what I don't get. Like, well, I had a few mates in One Nation who actually contacted me and said, "Hey, look, if you're not busy on election day, you know, can you come out and chop us out and help out at a polling booth?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, mate, don't you guys have like candidates in every electorate in Queensland? Like, how do you not have enough? You know, how do you not have enough like volunteers? And it turns out that they don't have branches. So I mean.
That's why I joined the Libertarians.
I mean, they've got 8.2% of the vote, so it's not that there's no one in Queensland who agrees with their values. Like that's not a minority. That's, you know, nothing to wince at.
Yeah.
like what there's nothing wrong with their values, but is it just the party structure which is burked?
That's what's wrong.
That's what throws a lot of people off. Yeah, organisationally, they're just a mess, all command and control by Pauline and James. Puts people off.
And I told Malcolm, like, I volunteered with Malcolm. I got connected with Malcolm. I volunteered like 4 election cycles with him in One Nation. And I am his mate. I've got his number on my phone. If I text him, he'll text me back. If I call him, he'll answer the phone. Great man. I said, Malcolm, I'm sorry to say, mate, I'm leaving the party and I'm going to the Libertarians. They're registered in Queensland, but they have branches. And I need a community. It's not 2 weeks before the election. It's not 1 week before the election. My phone rings and a local candidate needs some volunteers. I'm not doing that. I need a community of people. I need a branch. I'm going to the Libertarians. I'm doing it. And I said, I love you, mate. Absolutely love you, Pauline. I love the party, but I need branches. And we have to, like, if you want One Nation to change, you have to say that. And hopefully it's like trimming the, it's like the old, you have to trim that. If you want that tree to bear fruit, you need to trim it off. And we need to see it come alive again.
You got to trim the bushes to make the deck bigger, right? Or look bigger.
Yeah.
So the ABC News, Sky News, the Courier Mail, and the Brisbane Times, they're all saying that the Labor government has lost its majority and a hung parliament is a possibility. So that's
welcome to Catters, Queensland, Timmy. Fucking let's go.
But it's not enough. Like, if LNP only get 41 seats out of the 47 or whatever, they need to have majority.
They'll get more than that.
Catter's got 3.
They need
independent
4 more seats. They need 3 more seats, don't they? They
But-
got 41. They need
Who's the
47.
independent?
Bobby's got 3. So they need 3 more seats, and bang, Bob Catter's balance of power. Fucking giddy up. Let's go.
So
Tim,
what do you think
Tim, I need to go, mate. I've stayed a bit longer than I said I would.
Yeah.
I gotta go and get ready for my own stream tomorrow morning. So,
there's a lot
very
to talk
nice to-
about in
Good on you,
what's happening
Tyne
over in
Duke. You're a legend. I don't even know you, but you're a good bloke.
Tommy's rallies happening in London without Tommy.
He's in the lockup.
Yeah, I know. We're also going to talk about the late Mr. Peter Lynch, who was one of Two-Tier Keir Starmer's political prisoners, who killed himself in jail for being given 2 years for doing nothing very much, to be honest with you. But yeah.
And then you've had that Rhiannon Sky White stabbed by an illegal migrant over a packet of biscuits.
Yeah, in a hotel. Yeah.
I sort of think, well, she shouldn't have been working there in the first place.
Yeah, no, look, I don't disagree with that. But yeah,
I know that's victim blame.
Yeah. But we're also going to have an Endeavour on, I think, tomorrow, who is a fairly well-known Canadian dude who does a regular stream with Morgoth about movies and films. I think Endeavour's probably going to be a guest on the stream because we're also going to talk a little bit about the Canadian election that is coming up. So, yeah.
And also Damien is going to head off as well. Damien, thank you for your contributions. Any parting analysis? Because, well, it sort of turned out how we expected it.
Well, that's right. We'll see how the results go later toward the end of the night. It might not end up getting a result. But we obviously have the US election soon, and that's going to be very interesting. I've got an article coming for that, and it will be great to see the results come out. It looks like it's going to be definitely going away overseas, so we'll see how we go.
We're also doing a live stream for the US presidential election results, which will be on Wednesday, November 6th during the afternoon, because that is when we'll get the results. Thank you so much, Iron Duke, and thank you, Damien. I will put you put your channel into the chat. Iron Duke is already gone. So if you are an early riser, 7 a.m. Here's Splendid Isolation. And also, Damien, we've also got the 2024 Unshackler Awards coming up very soon at the end of the year. We start to release the nomination list.
Thanks, Tim. Oh,
I'm just
Yeah, Damien's
subscribing
gone.
to the lads' channels, getting on it. I reckon, like Donald Trump, right? Trumpo, didn't Trump say anyone, however he says it, however he says it, anyone doing overtime over 40 hours and tips will be tax-free?
Yeah, tax-free on overtime. He's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I just want that to happen. Like, if Trump gets in and he makes this happen, it could set it up as like globally the right goes, that's a great policy and we want to introduce it to Australia. And it would almost solve a lot of our problems. Like, let the, you know what I mean? We complain about house prices and cost of living, but give us the opportunity to earn money again. Like, let us unleash our economic potential. Like,
you'd see a lot of salaried employees pushing to go back to timesheets if that happened.
We're not all like entrepreneurial geniuses who are going to start a fucking amazing business and make millions of dollars. Some of us just want to go work a few extra shifts driving a forklift at night or in a bottle-o and have a day job and do a little bit extra, mow a lawn or something. You know what I mean? And you're like, at the moment, you're disincentivized for fucking doing the grind. They just tax the fuck out of you for trying in this country. So
Endeavour News, super chats are not Google cut free, or what are they? The Alphabet company. And they can, if they terminate your channel, they just steal all of your super chats. It's the same when PayPal froze your account, they just stole it all. Like, absolute. And the fact that, well, they're above the law. Well, politicians are okay with them stealing money from patriots and dissidents. Did you? There was also happening tonight was in the A-League, the second round, the Melbourne Derby. I'm a Melbourne City supporter. We got trounced by Victory, 3-1, and doing the coin toss was Grimace, because he's on a tour of Australia and New Zealand with the Grimace Shake. That's how I'm going to celebrate Trump's victory, with a Grimace Shake, because you've all seen the ad he did 20 years ago with Grimace, the McDonald's dollar menu.
And if they brought it back,
well, Trump should promise to bring back the dollar menu.
Yes.
Remember when I used to do, I think McDonald's does like October deals.
There's in the app. So I have the My Macca's app.
Man, I used to, like, a few years back, this is before I had kids, but every year it was like the religion. Me and my brother would be like, every single day would eat Macca's. I think I'd do 10 days. I'd be like, right, for the next 10 days, whatever's on that October daily deals we're going to buy. And we would like jump in the car, we'd live stream the shit. We'd chuck the phone on the freaking thing, we'd drive around, live stream it, go through the drive-through and eat it, and we'd just talk absolute shit. And like, this is when I was monetized on YouTube. People be donating super chats. It was fun as fuck. And 10 days of glory. I loved it. People hated it too. People get really offended when you like, I'm a fit guy, I work hard, I'm outdoors and I'm a concreter, I'm working hard, I work out, I've got kids, you know what I mean? So I can slam as much McDonald's as I want. I'm no fat fuck like you lazy pricks who sit around.
You're also a fan
sucked in.
Of KFC's Cheap Tuesday. That was the name of one of your streams, but you ended it because Yeah, KFC ended their cheap Tuesdays.
And they ended
the chicken inflation, and then of course there's also bird flu flaring up every now and then, and so they kill like 6 million chickens. That's what they did in.
I went to Brody's. Do you have Brody's?
Victoria.
Do you have Brody's down in Victoria, Tim?
I don't know what that is.
Burgers and chicken. I think it's just is it a Queensland only like burger joint?
Might be. We don't have Sizzler or Hooters down here. At a family holiday at the Gold Coast about 15 years ago, we decided to go to Hooters. And my funny story, my little brother was about, what would it be? He was about 12 years old at the time. And when the waiter went to take his order, she feels like her tits are in his face.
He loved it. He loves the Gold Coast. He loves Queensland.
I've never been a huge Macca's eater, but I remember back, again, before I had kids, I'd have a big night and you'd find a Macca's at like 2 a.m. And I used to always try and order the McGangbang. What
is it? Tell me, what is the McGangbang?
So you'd ask for a McGangbang and you'd get two quarter pounders and a McChicken. And you shove the McChicken inside the 2 quarter pounders, and you get this fucking heart attack.
We're going to do it. You and I are going to do the McGangbang.
Well, I mean,
we're going to live stream the drive-through.
Do you take some of the bread out, or do you have all the bread in the middle as well? Because how do you even eat that?
Oh no! I mean, when you absolutely like munt it, you'd eat the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, my brother, he used to order 20 cheeseburgers, and he used to take 20 patties out and build this stack of meat. And then see how long it used to take him to eat. I mean, but that's
the grimace shake in the background.
I thought we got rid of Grimace because he encouraged bestiality or some shit.
No, Grimace is back now.
Fuck yeah!
When I was in uni a million years ago, Macca's used to do these 50-cent cheeseburger Tuesdays for a little while. They were freaking awesome. I'd go and get like 10 cheeseburgers for $2.50 or whatever it was, or $5. And you just sit in the car, you'd be machine gunning these sort of cheeseburgers down while you're driving the car.
And you rip this up when you're like 18, you rip
cheeseburgers.
Sorry. Not me. I was fat and pudgy back then, Dusty. I didn't have the sort of rockin' physique that I have now.
I saw on Sky News Australia, their US correspondent Annalise Nielsen spoke to the Guinness World Record holder of most Big Macs eaten, and he is with Kamala, voting for Kamala.
Yeah, well, he's a fucking disgusting fat slob. Was he fat as fuck?
He thinks that Trump should be in the Hamburglar Slammer.
I had a juicy conversation with some guy who was an American, and I was like, tell me how you came to Australia. He's been here 20 years, and he straight up was like, well, the problem with America, and I'm glad I left, and Donald Trump. And I said, mate, I love Trump. And we got into a good conversation. We kept it peaceful. But it was like, yeah, he was systemic racism and systemic homophobia and systemic sexism. Is the whole institution and structure is built against these minorities. And I was like, wow, that's incredible, because America's system is the freest, fairest place on earth for the individual. They're the shining light of freedom. Where else would you go? What are you talking about? I know American people who are African American, Latino American, Jewish American, Arab American, who are like patriotic MAGA hat wearing freaks who feel as though there's no system of control keeping them down. I'm like, why do you feel like that, mate? Like, explain this to me, because this is not my experience with my American mates. And he was very PC and like,
your mate Damien Ferri has just said on X, losing the unlosable, limping to victory when they should have romped home. I'm so sick of the Liberal Party as it is in this country right now. They don't listen, and they never admit they are wrong, and they never change. Useless if heads don't roll now. They
but
will
Labor
say,
was just offering free shit, man. How can you? You went up against someone
and
offering
we're
free
going
shit.
to protect your right to kill your baby full term.
Yeah.
But like you said, Dusty, they didn't go with a vision. Like whether it's like the alternative to the abortion thing is postnatal care and support and options like that.
Maternity
Whether it's around
leave,
energy
whatever.
policy and saying, you know what, all of these wind farms and stuff, like we're going to fight the federal mandates with Bowen on the environmental crap on this, and we want to make coal great again. We want to like do all those sorts of things at the state level to give them a vision of what is going to be good for them. How are we going to improve housing? How are we going to provide better infrastructure? How are we going to do these things versus like, here's some free stuff, kill your babies and have free stuff.
Imagine if you're like, we're not going to give up on coal because we have a plan and we're going to create a fusion reactor. In 4 years' time, there will be a fusion reactor and unlimited free energy.
But just go look.
And we will be the fucking crown jewel of planet Earth.
Fusion's not ready yet. You can't go Jetson science fiction stuff, but you can sort of clearly go like we have a plan that we can do. Low emission coals. I think they just had no vision. They had
We're gonna pump carbon into the fucking core of Queensland
and poison the water supply.
For the LNP, David Crisafulli will be premier, though they haven't called a majority yet. But
no,
I think they'll get over the line.
ABC's just got 38.2% counted, and they're showing 42. So they've got an extra seat now. They've got 42 against 35.
I want offshore.
And these are the seats pinned out. So the LNP is ahead in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they can get there. 6 more, that'd be 48. But yeah, the fact that they'll claim the spin will be from LNP HQ is that it doesn't matter how you win as long as you win it. So I remember that's what Scott Morrison said when Malcolm Turnbull almost lost them the majority in 2016. A win's a win. But it's obviously the federal election next year. So Stephen Miles, he's given, I guess, the federal Albanese government a sort of a way that they can whack the Liberal and National Party, though obviously Peter Dutton he's no small target. I mean, he's got the biggest, boldest policy from an opposition in a long time, the nuclear power.
He just needs to have a good immigration policy, like sell us the vision. What's going to happen? What's going to happen with housing?
And he needs to repeal Gillard's changes to the Sex Discrimination Act, get rid of the gender identity stuff, and take a stand against the men and women's sports.
And the
self-ID stuff.
He hasn't taken a firm position on that. He's left it to backbenchers like Claire Chandler and Jacinta Price.
Well, He's done the same thing with the misinfo, disinfo for weeks. He didn't say anything and relied on David.
He was
Coleman
originally for it.
He eventually, after a couple of weeks of Coleman as the shadow comms minister saying we're against it, bin the bill, setting up a website for it and everything. Eventually Dutton said, yes, this is terrible. This is an attack on free speech.
David Coleman, as immigration minister, banned Gavin McInnes from the country. And he also is defended their e-safety record. Like, we're proud to create the e-safety commission.
I'm not backing Coleman, but I'm just saying Dutton was a lot slower to come out.
Yeah, but if they were, if Scott Morrison had been re-elected, they'd be passing this bill.
Oh, it was his bill. Look, I think like Scott Morrison won the unwinnable election because no one trusted Shorten because of his history with the whole Rudd Gillard stuff and
and also because of his what is it?
Well, he's
renewable, the franking credits.
He sold himself as more conservative than he was, and once he got into power, a lot of his conservative views just went up in smoke. like after the bushfires, he was just shell shocked after the Hawaii thing and the bushfires. He was shell shocked. He went to the climate thing and no one shook his hand. And then all of a sudden he's signing us up for these climate targets and he completely screwed us over. He was a huge disappointment.
Demonic. I had a conversation today with voters and they were like, but Labor kept us safe during the pandemic and Stephen Miles.
You all
was
got
amazing."
COVID anyway.
I was like, he did amazing. Like he was the health minister. He was the health minister of Queensland, right? And they're like, but if he didn't lock us down and, you know, essentially force people to get vaccinated, who knows what would have happened? I'm like, fucking Scandinavian countries didn't coerce people to get vaccinated and they didn't lock it down. They had less people die. They're like, but we don't know what would have happened. I'm like, we do know what would have happened. Other countries didn't do what we did.
That was my biggest disappointment with Trump on Rogan today. He was talking about when he went to Washington, he wasn't a Washington, D.C. person. He didn't know anyone. He went in there and he just appointed some people in the seats that like positions of power that he probably shouldn't have because he just didn't know the lay of the land. And he's doing that better. He knows that better this time. But he didn't throw Fauci under the bus. And he mentioned a couple people that he were like bad appointments and so on, but they were okay.
So he appointed Fauci? Is that
well, correct? No, Fauci had been there for 40 years as the head of.
But he held him up as this lead guy when the pandemic started. When the pandemic started, Trump lent on Fauci, listened to him, promoted his views as, you know, Fauci's our guy to look after this sort of stuff. I was hoping to hear Trump, you know.
Now that the election has been called, we'll probably see Miles
called by losers.
We have to remember why he was called Giggles Miles, because he laughed when he was asked about violent rights.
Well, yeah, when the lady got killed, right? And then he's like,
yeah, because he was like, "Oh, I knew you'd ask me a question about this. It's a housing forum," and then he said nobody could have prevented her death.
Pepper spray could have.
Or how about because it was out on bail? It was out on bail.
Pepper spray is the solution to this. On Censored TV, Gavin McGuinness has like a whole he's done episodes and episodes about pepper spray and all these examples of people who are like, oh, fuck. And like 4 fucking fit young teenagers or young men attack a older cunt on a Zimmer frame and they just mace the fuck out of them. And they're like, oh my God. And they run away.
Are you sure the election's been called, Tim?
It's been called that Christopher Foley will be the premier. Just don't know whether it'll be
a minority premier or we don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
It's Bob's Queensland, boys. He's a proud Western chauvinist, and he will not apologise for the creation of the modern world.
Yeah, because he was initiated into the Proud Boys.
The Proud Boys own Queensland now. Just so you know.
What did he said? It was just some larrikin banter.
Well, we implemented a plan 5 years ago, and this very day we've been waiting for this very day, Tim. So
I remember they called the federal election.
We have the balance of power now, and we're in control of the state.
I remember in Devon News. I remember they called the federal election for Albanese when it wasn't clear that he was going to get a majority. He ended up getting 77 out of 151 seats. Scott Morrison conceded.
Trump screwed the pooch. That's what he did.
Trump answers 3 questions different ways, always politicizing so bigly. I love that word of his. So wonderful rambling. He is for Israel. He claims if Jews don't vote for him, you're not going to have Israel for very long, which is just ludicrous.
You won't. Elon Musk's going to destroy Israel with electric cars. Because as soon as we don't need oil, we don't give a fuck about Israel anymore.
Leave the world behind.
The biggest debunking of the whole Trump is Hitler thing is the fact that Nick Fuentes is backing Harris. If Trump was truly Hitler, surely Fuentes and all his Groyper crew would be backing Trump to the hill going, yeah, Hitler! Smash the Jews!
Nick's not a he's not a fascist, Nick Fuentes.
He pretty much is.
He's so anti-Jew, like he is so anti-Semitic. He would back a Hitler candidate, and he's backing Harris. So
maybe he would.
You decide.
Yeah, exactly.
He thinks that,
there you go.
well,
he is
thinks
a
that,
Nazi.
He thinks that
Harris
old
is a Nazi.
Jews are the problem. Harris has got a Jewish husband, Doug Imhoff, and half of
she has a
Biden's
gay
cabinet
husband.
is Jewish.
No, he knocks up the
Gay,
nannies and
Jewish,
beats them up.
vegan husband.
Yeah, that was one of Trump's jokes. Keep him away from the nannies. That's a nasty one. I always love the way
Yeah,
he said nasty.
yeah, he's like, oh, that's nasty. I was told not to say that one, but no, I'm saying it anyway.
Yeah,
that Al Smith dinner was so good.
Have you seen the damning proof that Trump is just like Hitler?
With the dance?
No,
and the
no.
golf swing?
Like, isn't it just because they said it? That's their proof.
No. Look at this. They both drank water.
Yeah.
Oh,
Incredible.
Irrefutable.
I know.
I can't believe it. You've proven
well.
me once and for all. Can I please? Holy fuck.
Yeah, that's not water, so you're not being Hitler.
I'm not saying Kamala's Hitler. I just sent a link through, Tim, if you want to have a look at that one and decide whether you want to put that up.
Did you send it?
Can you have another sip of
through the
that?
private chat.
Can you have another sip, Tim? I think you're a neo-Nazi.
I think I sent you the right one.
Having a drink is now the new Zig Heil.
Did I?
Totally
Don't
illegal.
anyone do it on the stream, even because it's illegal on the internet as well. I haven't got the sound here.
Everything's illegal now, Tim. You know what really bugs me about the Hitler stuff, right? So, like the guy did some terrible things, like really terrible things.
He knew how to grow a mustache.
Well, growing a mustache isn't evil, but like he did some terrible things, right? But the progressive left have anything that is anti-left is seen as pro-Hitler, right? What they've effectively done is they've watered down the word, so that now when you say it no longer holds any weight. And that's not on the conservative. That accountability is held to those on the left for essentially overusing, what used to really be a highly offensive thing to say and do. Like think of it this way.
Means nothing.
Like if someone in the 1950s, right, 1950s US was walking around in a swastika, and they're like, that person's a Nazi. Like there are probably going to be like World War II veterans, and they're going to be like, holy fuck, the Nazis fucking killed my mate and my neighbor, and now his widow and kids are left behind. They're gonna fuck that guy up, right? Like they're not gonna.
Yeah, maybe people even in World War II veterans were like, the war's over, and they were like, we still appreciate and respect German people, and we buried the hatchet and we forgive them.
Now, right?
We're a civilized society.
But then
and
now,
like we didn't fucking do this. We were like actually civilized people. We're like, yeah, that was wrong. Buried the hatchet.
But then like
we want to see Germany prosper.
Yeah, in like 2024 now, like if someone points out and says, look over there, like that's a Nazi. You don't think in 2024 that's someone from the National Socialist Party who's out to kill the Jews. They're going to say they're probably calling him a Nazi because he said there's a man in a dress.
He's eating a bacon sandwich. He's eating meat.
And the fact that word's been watered down, that is not a result of the conservative right.
He misgendered someone. He's a Nazi. He's
eating
a steak. He's a Nazi.
Like it's lost all its weight, and that's on them. That's on the left. And they need to bear that responsibility.
So,
and I think we should just they've made it illegal to have swastikas and Zig Heil and all that, and we should just be mature about it and say, yeah, look, okay, there's some people who believe in that, and they were actually, I say they were created by Labor and the Liberals because they've run the country down. I blame Labor and the Liberals for every National Socialist in Australia and every Marxist in Australia, I blame Labor and the Liberals for creating them, for doing such a fucked job that our young people they look for alternative ways to govern the country. They go,
Well,
this isn't working for me. Maybe communism, maybe National Socialism.
The National
So they
Socialist
drive these
Movement,
people to desperation.
they went
fuck
to the
country.
Chinese consulate in Melbourne today, and they burnt the Chinese flag and burnt an effigy of Xi Jinping. It was over. They wanted to demand the extradition of that Chinaman who threw the coffee over the white baby in Brisbane.
Awesome.
Because
Thank you.
What
Please
a great job.
extradite him. I want the
Because
DD.
I'm gonna burn a Chinese flag tomorrow, but I just don't have time to go buy one because I have a life.
I remember the ABC attacked you and the Queensland Proud Boys for being racist because of your banner, COVID-19 made in China.
Made in China, and like
it was a fact. It was racist. Remember how ridiculous it was at the beginning of COVID? If you said it came from China, even though that was a fact, like it was called racist.
The China virus.
Yeah,
we did a banner.
You basically had to avoid being racist. You had to believe the CCP crap that it came from frozen foods from the United States.
Yeah,
or the wet market from the bats, not from a lab.
Yeah.
It wasn't from a lab. It was because that was just playing into the whole racism that the Westerners think Chinese people eat weird animals all the time.
Mate, the nicknames for COVID-19 were some of the best things to come out of 2020.
The flu,
communist lung herpes,
CCP virus, bat AIDS. That's what you made up, Dusty.
Yeah, bat AIDS. Love bat AIDS. And like, you got to think, like, is it a proven fact that Fauci funded the lab in Wuhan?
Yeah, for gain of function research.
Gain of function. So it's like true that it's like everything made in China is like an American like design and brand. It was like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like funny how that is true as well. But when we did this banner, we went COVID-19 made in China, and we were like, we did a video, and I was like, everything's made in China. Buy Australian made. Go to my website, and you can buy Australian made flags. And we were like, I was like, sweet, we're gonna like sell some Australian. I was literally like selling some Australian made stuff from my website. So it was kind of funny, like. They were like, the ABC were like, oh my God, rise and right-wing white nationalist fucking racist to Chinese people. And they used our banner and some graffiti on a fucking bus that says like, fuck China. And they did a whole piece, and they were amazing investigative journalists. And it's like, my video was attached to me talking about, hey, we actually love Chinese people. Like at the time, my brother had spinal surgery, and I was working for a Chinese family mowing their lawns and looking after their property, and they were like, oh, your brother, he needs surgery, you can work for us, do extra work, and we help you put money towards his surgery. Like, this is a true story, it's not a fucking lie. Friends of my family who are Chinese, and like they were like, we need someone to, they got me to chop a tree down. They ended up being like, we want you 4 hours a week, and we had to raise 13 grand for him to get spinal surgery, my brother. Like, this is exactly at the same fucking time. They walked out to me one day and said, here's $3,000 for your brother's surgery. I think I talked about this in the video. Like, I love Chinese people. This is what Chinese people in Australia have done for me right now. Yesterday. This is happening in my life. And it's like, you fucking hate Chinese people. Like, it's how fucked the ABC is.
The Chinese Communist Party, the thing is that they still believe that they own all of the Han Chinese people in the world, including the ones in Australia. That's why they try and manipulate what they see in Australia on WeChat. So
they own them. They own all the dead, aborted, 500 million aborted Chinese people.
But
they own them as well.
That's what these, like, they want the Chinese who are living and are citizens of the West. They want to have them into sleeper agents, even subliminally, but because they have all these.
Well, Bob Catter's
united,
a sleeper. He's been a sleeper agent. for years.
United Front, like community groups.
Yeah.
So it's like their form of espionage. The CCP it's the most insidious. Like, well, because they've never been good at actual warfare.
No. They're going to get rolled.
China's
the Chinese family who were like friends of my family who have been generous to me. They're actually They're from Taiwan. So like, but you know, they're Chinese.
Well, what is that? They speak a different language.
They're the real China type people in Taiwan are the real Chinese people.
I've hired people from China and worked with them before, and like I've got nothing wrong. It's the CCP that's the issue. It's not the people of China. It's not Chinese.
I'm just talking about how the CCP with
their secret police stations and stuff.
I would never kill 500 million Chinese people. I would never do that. The CCP will do that. They'll abort 500 million Chinese people. They don't give a fuck. We met at CPAC. There's like the Free Federated State of China. There's these Chinese guys there with the hats. And he's like, I remember speaking to this guy. I remember when my mother was dragged out of the home and force aborted and killed my sister. Fucked up, eh?
Yeah. But I mean, that's like
amazing CCP.
I mean, it's like you showed the pictures earlier. The Iranians, like there's there's plenty of Iranian people that hate the Islamic State regime that is running Iran.
Yeah. I interviewed them at CPAC. It's going to be in my next episode. And they hate the Greens too.
Good. So they should. Did you guys see Elijah Schaffer posted the other day saying that we should learn from Hitler how to defeat communism?
I didn't get that at all.
That was such a loaded it was such a loaded question, and I think he knew what he was doing.
Engagement farming.
He's a shock jock.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Like, I think the nuance here is he's basically trying to say we should look at the strategies, that they used effectively in war against the communists, so we can learn from it.
But he didn't beat communism because Russia existed. The whole underlying premise of his thing is crap.
Half of Germany became communist, so it was forced to be communist by Stalin, and they stole Soviet Russia, stole East Prussia, annexed the Eastern Poland, and then compensated by giving Poland the eastern part of Germany, moving the country westwards. So yes.
So the core of his thesis was rubbish, and like I said, the issue
he seems to have gone down this route ever since he had Joel Davis on his show. One of the National Socialist Network activist does the weekly streams with Thomas Sewell and Blair Cottrell.
But there's one thing we can all learn from Elijah Schaffer, and that's he knows how to actually make money and get views and get likes and comments. I don't fucking know how to do that. He knows how to do that. But
you got to do that. You got to do that.
You've got to sell, Dusty.
Yeah, I mean, the trick is doing that and actually not sort of selling out and just putting random engagement on there.
Well, he had that show on the Blaze TV with Sydney Watson, and remember she sued the Blaze because he
never asked him
embarrassed her on the show by inviting Nick Fuentes on, who made her look stupid.
I went to Elijah's studio on the Gold Coast, and we were on there. I was on there talking about Australia Month, and
I remember that.
We invented Australia Month from Federation Day, 1st of January, to the 26th of January.
Is that the thing that Hayes was posting about heaps?
Yeah. Australia Month coming up soon. Anyway, he is a genuine nice guy. He's a good guy, and he's like, come back to my place, smoke this fucking Cuban cigar. I don't know. It was like a $300 cigar. He's like, you want a cigar, Dusty? Like, fucking bang, all these cigars. I smoked a cigar. I think I was trying to keep up with him, and I smoked it so quickly. I was
Oh,
like,
no.
I want to fucking spew now.
Yeah, that's bad, man.
And I was an
Oh.
idiot. I didn't know what I was doing, but I feel like Elijah in the real world, he is a nice guy. He's a really nice guy, and I think he's smart, and he's trying to, he's trying to fucking actually entertain people, and he's trying to
He hosted
grind the gears. Like, he's trying to talk about shit that he's trying to find the things that you're not allowed to talk about and push. He really wants to push that limit. So, like, if the Jew stuff becomes, if Hitler stuff become, we break through that and no one gives a fuck anymore, he'll move on to the next thing. I
get it, because I'm still a relatively small channel and trying to build my audience and stuff. It is a freaking nightmare. But this week I did 2 videos on Nutcase Thorpe, and I even started the second video going, I didn't want to make a second video about it this week, but I also knew when I was making it, she gets freaking clicks.
Yeah, and she went global. Like,
I got thousands and thousands of views. I like on videos about her, way more than anything else.
Yeah, what was it called? Rage baiting. When we were much more active on our unshackled.net website, the articles that used to get the most reaction, as in rage, was about back in the day, Yasmin Abdel Magid. Remember her? Who said Islam is the most feminist religion, and she ended up fleeing Australia.
Islam saves babies, Tim, because before Islam was the dominant religion of the Middle East, it was common to sacrifice little girls to demons. And now Islam was introduced by Muhammad, and he said, no more sacrificing little baby girls to demons. And that is why Islam has saved and protects more women in the Middle East than any other system on earth. And it's true, because if Muhammad didn't rule the Middle East with an iron fist, with a fucking rusty blade to the neck of every Middle Easterner, then these poor little angels. See, the CCP kills little girls, 500 million. Islam saves little girls. Don't you know that, Tim? That's why they are a feminist religion, because of the billions of Middle Eastern little girls.
Yeah, I
this is a true fact.
Tell us the burgers.
True fact.
You're trying a bit too hard.
It's like 100% true, factual thing.
You're making a case for the misinformation bill.
Yeah.
It is true, and Allah is great because He saves these precious little angels, and they're still alive today.
Please don't disrespect the good name of Ian Thorpe.
Isn't he a massive lefty as well, anyway?
Ever since he came out, which was like, when he came out, the whole nation was like, duh. We like,
gonna die, I'm not surprised. Yeah.
But her nickname has been Lydia, although I noticed that some of the National Socialist Network guys call her Lydia Horp. Although entertainment reporter Peter Ford this week called her a skank.
I mostly see her called Bikey Mole.
Bikey Mole, isn't that? Oh yeah, Lydia Thorpe.
Yeah,
Lydia Thorpe's nickname. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's lovely.
And the assault that happened to her, which what is it? It's fractured her spinal cord. It was apparently a chicken knew her at the Dreamtime game this year. So more Dreamtime at the G violence. Lydia's a Richmond.
Aboriginals don't like her.
Yeah,
the biggest threat to Lydia.
It might have been some Aboriginal payback. Which is always going on in Alice Springs, tribal warfare. But in 2022, there was the Dreamtime game. There was a didgeridoo used as a spear.
Holy fuck! They even fucked that up.
Yeah. So the person.
Did they use a didgeridoo as a giant beer bong and be like, "Who can scull a VB the quickest?" Is like.
I reckon you could get a didgeridoo the right shape just to just mount a can in the top of it, right?
It was like a guy who was like 5% indigenous. He was actually a bogan. He's like the whitest cunt there, and he's like, "Load me up, boys," and fucking sculled a VB back the quickest.
That's like, I mean, obviously, no, not even obviously. I'm not even going to apologize for it. But you see, like the NRL Grand Final, you see all these guys doing the work in them countries, and they're whiter than me half the time, and I'm like very white, and I'm like, seriously, could you not get someone that actually looks like they're got a decent percentage of Aboriginal in them?
Yeah. Some of them are good and some of them are bad.
What's the guy from the Victorian Indigenous Parliament where he's always got the dumb hat on? The white dude with the hat.
Marcus Stewart. That's who he is.
Yeah. He's so
they wear the makeup.
He could join the National Socialist Network and no one would even think, like, they'd be like, welcome.
Yeah, they wear
the
makeup that they wear. It's almost a form of blackface to make them look more Aboriginal than they actually are.
Yeah.
So this is the state of play. ALP 34 seats, LNP 43 seats.
43.
So
what's other? Who's the other? It says one.
She's a returning candidate, Noosa Sandy Bolton.
Is she left or right wing?
I'd say she's right wing if she's from Noosa.
So we've got it then, don't we have it now? Like with Bob and this independent.
They're gonna get there. Like, look at the two-party preferred now. Liberal Nationals blown out to 53.2%. They'll get there. If you look at the seats that are in doubt, the ALP is ahead. The LNP is ahead in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the seat that's too early to count, that's David Crisafulli's seat. He's going to win that. So they've got
fuck them up,
and they've got 2 which are deemed as likely. So yeah, they're going to get there.
But like Kuri from the other side said, this should have been, and Cameron Julie said the same thing. This should have been a whitewash. This should have stormed home.
And the last premier who won power for the LNP in a landslide, but then lost it 3 years later, Campbell Newman, is now with the Libertarian Party. Before I came on air, James McGrath, he's that LNP Queensland senator, was having a go at Campbell Newman for like abandoning the people who got him where he was. Because
Campbell Newman's standing by his convictions.
But the LNP have abandoned the people that trusted who they were as well. I mean, you look what they did to guys like Campbell, what they did to Craig Kelly, what they did to Cameron Julie, like what they did. They take these people and they don't actually. There's huge issues there. They can't blame them for God. I mean, Cameron Julie, he's actually he cut him. He bleeds blue. Like, he is not leaving the Libertarians. He genuinely believes that, you know, with the federal intervention and things, the New South Wales state division of the Liberal Party can be reformed, that his expulsion can be revoked, that he can get back in. Like, he doesn't want to go off to join Ruddock, etc. over at the Libertarians. He wants to get back in because that's where his heart is. His heart's with Liberals. He wants them to get back to Menzies.
Yeah. So we don't know whether Miles has conceded yet. Oh my God! At the Greens HQ, there's some fucker in a mask. Well, he's got his mask hanging down on his chin. This is
like
on
a
Scott
COVID mask, a medical mask that saves people
at the
lives.
Socialist Alternative Marxism Easter Conference.
That's why he's hiding his face, because he's actually got something to hide.
They all wear
one of our activists, and we'll be like, "Holy fuck, there's that guy!" Like, locally, would be like, point him out, be like, "That's Jared, the fucking communist dude who doesn't eat meat and is transgender and is fucking severely depressed and has all this medication. He's fucked up in the head. Great guy on the beers, but you know, crazy."
So they've nearly counted. Like, how slow is count? Well, I know that we're down here. We're an hour ahead, so it's only.
But still, Like
It's so slow.
scrutineering, booths close at 6 or whatever.
Yeah.
Normally
that's
I'm
before
out of
now.
there by 7:30, 8 o'clock, and down at the party to like have beers with the crew. Like,
Yeah.
so for them to still have stuff like after 9, they haven't counted. Like, get your act together, Queensland.
Fucking Queenslanders, hey?
Too
Bloody
many
Queenslanders.
Bogans.
Too many 4Xs. That's, you know why?
Just
You know why
on
you
beers.
you know why your beer's called 4X, right? Because you couldn't spell beer.
Fucking hell. It's like poison. It's so the babies don't drink it. You know what I mean?
So
You're
the rest
too
of
young.
Australia doesn't drink it. I've tried it.
Fucking delicious. You
Sandy-
need the little guy.
Sandy
I'm a-
Husky
I'm a-
says
It's
like,
like
Great Northern.
Chinese, bro. It's like the hieroglyph. The little dude with the suit on, holding the fucking schooner up in the air.
Sandy Husky says, I keep seeing people in Canberra wearing masks in their car alone. I've
Fucking
seen it in
morons.
Victoria. What about you guys? Have you seen it?
I've seen a couple around here.
Mate, today I saw fucking people in masks go onto the booth, like the full-on hectic ones with like that little side filter thing. Hey,
Oh yeah, yeah. There's different ones. Have you seen the the Daffy Duck mask, the orange one that looked like Daffy Duck?
I mean,
And then-
I just don't know how 4 years later someone is like still scared of going outside. Like,
Yeah, and then there's the
how-
ones who I call them the strap-ons, which like they go all around. And then there's the sandwich wrapper masks because it looks like it's the sandwich wrapper that they've got over their face.
fucking-
But it's funny the
fucking
ones wearing 3M branded masks, given that they're responsible for all of the chemical forever pollution in Australia.
You know what's cooked, right? So I got some masks at home, and I get some masks because if I'm doing some like say sanding the back deck, right, or sanding some concrete, or doing some work in the house or painting.
Well, I got some breaking news. I think Stephen. We'll take Stephen Miles live if he comes up.
Take him live, Timmy. Take him live.
Harry likes it.
Fucking, I want to see Steve-O smile one last time while he's getting the fucking stabbed and fucking the axe.
Will he stay on? Do you reckon, or do you think that he'll be
Yeah, he'll
challenged
stay
by Shannon Fentiman? I
Oh,
almost
the chick that doesn't know who a woman is.
yeah. But they knew that only women can have abortions.
Yeah, funny that.
I
I'm a
always,
bloke.
I'm almost on the verge of mispronouncing Shannon Fentiman's name as fentanyl.
I always just think of the retarded, half brain dead guy from America. Who's that guy?
Fetterman.
Fetterman. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Though,
he's pro-Israel, so he can't be
yeah,
that
that's what sort
retarded.
of jolted him from his slumber. Just
I just love that everyone's wearing their suits and stuff, and he just turns up in like t-shirts or like,
but he
loose
turned
shorts.
up in a suit for Netanyahu at Congress.
Okay, something.
Dr. Miles. I
Good
wanna
on
know
him,
what Miles is
mate.
saying, Tim.
Good on him, eh?
What's Miles saying? Let's Dr. Miles.
Oh no, he
Miles.
hasn't. No, he hasn't arrived yet.
I forgot.
Have you got like an ABC stream in the background ready to pull up?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
So they've got Cameron Dick, the now soon to be ex-treasurer and deputy premier.
I got a video.
I'll just have a break for a minute. How do I kill myself?
Although put an avatar on, so
Like the blue guys.
Does it let me?
yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Can you just
go.
boot me and then I'll come back on?
No, just press you press the camera and the mute button, Dusty. Yeah, there you go.
But you go to does it give you options?
Is alright.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it has
you
your
can.
options to set up an avatar.
You can make it so you can do that and have your little.
Yeah.
Just boot me. I gotta go. My boy's woken up. He's screaming out for me.
Just drop
well,
off the
just you
stage.
can boot yourself.
Drop me off and reboot me in might be a while.
All right, so where do I go? Hide. Yep, there we
Family
go.
first. There we go. Good on you.
Oh, that's an interesting. layout.
Oh, do you want? But you can't get your, Matty. You can't get your, like, you're always in the.
Like, can you pan your camera down at all? Or you like
Down?
you look like Mini Me.
You're like this.
Oh, really? Hang on. I'll let me just get to my sit-stand desk.
I think he's coming up now, Miles.
It's like you got like a CCTV camera in the corner, and you're sort of looking up at your CCTV.
Oh, excellent, delicious. All right. Where's Miles? I got an interview with Miles the other day saying how he's going to win, and I'm actually thinking of publishing it now because it'll be hilarious.
Yeah, so yeah, they keep cutting to the HQ. I'm careful. I just want to cut when the actual speech comes, like, because
Libs are up to 44 seats as of 2 minutes ago on the ABC counter. So
yeah,
they're
I
growing.
knew that they're going to get there, and the two-party preferred continues to increase.
Well, because we know the One Nation ones will tip into LNP seats. And that's 7.6%.
crime rate. That's a 5% swing.
Yeah, like 7.6% One Nation tipping into LNP will do them pretty well.
And one of the seats in doubt. So.
And the Family First 30,000 votes will tip into LNP. Libertarian showing is really poor. Like, it's disappointingly poor.
Well, they only had 4 candidates.
Still.
And one of them didn't even show up today.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
No.
Well, what are they called? They're paper candidates. They're called who don't turn up.
Oh,
we had one of those here in my federal electorate. I had a One Nation candidate like that. I looked at their website, and he had like 404 page not found on the One Nation website when I tried looking him up. But I was like, you know what? I'm so jacked off at the Liberal Party. I hadn't joined them to try and fix them from the inside yet, that I was like, I am going to give my primary to this non-existent ghost candidate from One Nation, and LNP can have number 2, just so that they know they've lost the primary vote.
We're not voting for. We're not white dudes for Kamala Harris in trusting videos. And I don't own Nintendo Switch, so there goes your theory.
I do. I mean, I do have a fucking like old Nintendo thing here.
What about you, Dave?
I do have a Switch. My son uses it way more than I ever have.
Well, then it's not really yours.
Send us your Facebook introducing videos. I want to check out your physiognomy. Actually, I bet you it's full of it.
Introducing videos.
Yeah, post body pics, mate.
He's the guy that was saying that I'm gay or collect Funko Pops, right?
Well, you don't want to be homophobic.
Oh, here he is now. Giggles Miles.
Good old Miles. Get fucked, Miles. With a cactus. Use Purple Pinger's old cactus. Get absolutely fucked.
I tell you, he looks like he owns Nintendo Switch.
Through the front hole. Is that what you want, Matty?
Through the front hole.
Yeah.
Rock pocket. There's a dude in a dress there.
Yeah, that looks like a dude.
Yeah, the big one.
Dude looks like
giant.
A
She.
lady.
That's like the old Wide World of Sports, the 12th man stuff. Like, looks like a testicle has popped out of her costume. Her costume.
Where's the volume?
Well, turn it up.
Yeah, turn it up. Turn it up. Nah. Did you share the tab or the window? You got to share the tab to bring the audio through. We've got no audio still, Tim. I don't know if you can hear it. We can't.
It should be coming through on the actual stream.
Nope. No, it's not. I'm looking at the live stream on another YouTube tab. It's not. Yeah. You have to make sure you share tab, and there's a little box at the bottom of Restream that says share audio from the tab. You might have to unshare it and reshare it. His teeth are fake. He does have big fake. Big teeth. He has big fake. How much wine have I had?
How much goon?
This is, thank you very much, a 2012 Cabernet Sauvignon. This is a very nice 12-year-old wine. That is
nice. Which winery?
Drayton's.
Where's that?
All right, I'll do that.
Hunter Valley, Pecolbin.
Oh, gorgeous. I'm a bit of a wine. I've got the wine fridge, so I'm actually envious now.
Yeah, we used to buy a lot of wine, collect a lot of wine. Then we got on a fitness kick, and we barely drink anymore. But for the beef roast tonight, I thought, let's screw it. I'm opening a bottle of red, and I knew I was coming on here as well, so I thought that'd be great.
I don't know if you know, Dave. I actually used to be in Labor. Do you know what I got when I met Stephen Miles, probably about 15 months ago?
It was always going to be a challenging
election
for Labor.
How's this?
We got it.
But I have
That's
no
brilliant, Tim.
regrets
Good job.
about the campaign or indeed my last 10 months as Premier. I want to congratulate all of our MPs who have been re-elected. We have seen some incredible results against the odds. My thoughts are also with the MPs who have lost their seats. They have been hard-working local MPs, and I will miss them in Parliament. I'd like to thank all the volunteers who have fought every day of this campaign. There were so many red shirts on the booths today and at pre-poll these last couple of weeks. In every Queensland street, door knocking, and at train stations and street corners, talking to everyday Queenslanders about what they want for their and their families' future. You should all be very proud of what we have achieved together. I'd like to thank our State Secretary, Katie Flanders.
That's it. I know her. I fucking know her.
Yeah, she denied that she let you and Dusty in.
Along with Zach, she has run an exceptional campaign. She's brought people together from all different backgrounds and turned them into a united, thriving team. She also hasn't slept for 6 weeks. I'd like to thank everyone else at Campaign HQ and Kat and Amy and my team. I have not seen a state Labor campaign as well organised as this one was.
It's a lot of effort to give that much money away.
Deputy Premier Cameron Dick. I know a thing or two about being a Deputy Premier, and Cameron has been a good one. The mighty Queensland trade union movement. Thank you for everything you have done to support our campaign. I'd like to thank my mum and dad, my sister Kate, and my late grandparents You all made me who I am. Most of all, I'd like to thank Kim and Sam, Aidan and Bridie.
What a fucking loser.
You've got the gun.
Dusty's back.
Your support lets me do this job. Thanks for joining me on the campaign
You just
trail.
got sacked,
And
mate.
thanks to Bridie for being in
I feel
my
bad for Polly's
strange
kids after you get up on the stage like this.
They're so ashamed of him. What an embarrassment.
Has he had teeth whitened?
Yeah.
I said
Yeah,
at the beginning of this,
he's only
I
like
wasn't
5
going to
foot
die wondering. And I stand by that tonight. I have put forward a progressive policy agenda that I am very proud of. The biggest...
You're a fucking embarrassment. You just got sacked, mate.
I'm sorry, Stephen Miles. You cannot murder babies anymore.
The biggest cost of living relief package of any state ever, paid for by billionaire multinational coal companies.
His missus is so ashamed of him now. Look at that.
$1,000 off every Queenslander's energy bill, 20% off car rego, $200 kids sports vouchers, 50-cent fares.
What is this? Right. Is that all you did, buddy?
Yeah,
Didn't
Our
create a
Homes for
job.
Queenslanders plan, our evidence-based community safety plan,
Which
the
means
Putting
that public
Queensland Kids
transport's
First
running at a
plan,
loss.
our satellite hospitals, something I started when I was the health minister.
Locked us down, treated us like cattle.
But good leaders don't just help with the challenges of now, they also have a plan for the future. At this election, I sought a mandate in my own right to do the big structural changes that will benefit Queenslanders for generations. A state-owned energy retailer and an energy price guarantee. State-owned petrol stations. 50 bulk billing GP clinics across the state. What would be the biggest intervention in primary care of any state or territory ever.
Funded by
Free
debt.
primary school lunches.
Funded by debt. Paid for by your children when they grow up.
A simple concept that could be revolutionary for our state. Because it doesn't just help with parents' grocery bills now, it helps kids to concentrate in school, stay engaged with their education, behave better for their teachers, and drives down rates of childhood obesity and diabetes. It is a game-changing policy that I am very proud of.
He couldn't run the state. How's he going to run a tuck shop?
Because it's a policy born from our Labor values, that every kid should have equal opportunity to thrive, that a state with an economy as strong as Queensland's can ensure its people reap the benefits of that economy. Those are my values.
It's the worst it's
Queenslanders
ever
know
been
what
in
I believe
37 years of my
and
life.
what I stand for. While David Crisafulli ducked and weaved and tied himself into the tiniest small target Queensland has ever seen.
He's a fucking liar.
Never before has a party taken to an election with so little detail of their agenda. This election finishes with many more
And yet you
questions
still lost,
about
you
the
giant
LNP's
muppet.
plans than answers.
I just want you to
Will
leave me
he
alone.
give
I
back
don't
He's
want
not
you
even a
millions of
giant
dollars
muppet,
to
he's a
multinational
5'5"
coal
muppet.
companies?
Like I stood next to the
Will
bloke,
he
was that
savage
shoulder?
the public service?
Fucking manly.
Doctors
Don't
and
mind the swear,
nurses,
sorry, I've had a few-
ambos, teachers, fireys, just like he did with Campbell
LNP's
Newman
up to
last
45
time
on the count.
to pay for
Does
his
his missus
promises?
know how to blink?
Will he have a conscience vote
Probably
on
had
Canada's
a-
abortion
probably a
bill
lizard.
and allow that right to be stripped from Queensland? Whatever the final number of seats, I will keep doing what matters for Queensland.
That's such a terrible slogan, doing what matters.
Killing children. The CCP inspired me to mass abort babies.
I will never stop fighting for our Labor agenda.
She's sick of hearing away. She's like, fuck.
And
why
I
has
will
been
never
practicing
stop
this in the mirror
holding
for
the
weeks?
LNP to account.
She's just relieved it's the last time she has to hear him say
Thank
this
you all
stupid
so much
speech.
for your support.
All the Karens cheering in the front row. I feel sorry for them, boys. If his children want to be
Labour Premier
prosperous in the
Stephen
future, they
Miles.
should fucking not listen
cheers
to
for him
anything his
from the
dad
Labour-
has to say.
All
Just
right, I'll bring us
disregard everything he says, kids. He's a fucking retard.
Has Christopher Foley said anything yet?
No, because
He's a winner.
he's waiting for.
Nah,
100%
you've got to
confident.
concede before you can succeed.
Yeah, that's the convention, is that there's the phone call where the loser concedes, and
Fucking
what
loser.
normally happens is that I got a call from I just called the leader and said, congratulations on your victory, wish you all the best, blah blah blah. And then the victor gets up and says, I received a call from conceding the election. You ran a good campaign, but they want me. That's sort of how the the robot goes.
So Krista Fuller, he fucking goes, yeah, mate, right, fuck you, buddy, you're a piece of shit. Bang. Gets on the phone to the Olympics straight away, says, we don't want you stupid fucking globalist bullshit games. Fuck you. Bang. He just starts making phone calls and just unleashes like Rocky Balboa. The Italian stallion of Queensland. Gets Bob Catter on the line. What do you want, Bob? Referendum. Split this fucking state in half. I'm moving up to not Townsville, too much crime, but somewhere else. I want to live on the border between Queensland North and Queensland South. I'm going right on that. Wherever that
Like
border is,
Albury
I'm going.
Wodonga with Victoria, New South Wales.
I'm
Daintree,
going right
mate.
on the border.
Dusty, mate. If you moved up to Daintree, you just slip right in there and you just fit in with everyone, mate.
I want a heavily populated Queensland town right on the new formed border. I don't know where that border's going to be, but it's coming.
Where do you want to put that border?
There's going to be I'll be like, hard border, Bob. We need a hard border. Just fucking
What
build
did I
that.
get? What did I get the call
Build the wall.
in dusting videos?
I didn't even get that. Sorry.
He's a better troll than who was the other guy before. What was his name again? Who was trolling us
Frank.
before? Yeah,
Frank?
yeah. Frank was.
He was weird. I mean, like he basically was calling us a bunch of lefties, right? Like he was talking about us being liberals in the sense of
He's
liberal
had it
progressives, not
into
Liberal
me
Party.
for months and says that I'm censoring him by not showing his comments.
You know, I came within in a hair's length of trolling the entire Labor Party and going absolutely nuclear on them when I met Cameron Dick the other week, right? Well, I mean, I met him a bunch of times when I saw Cameron Dick the other week. So I just started only very recently doing this sort of on the ground style videos where I sort of go out and I meet people and talk about what's happening, right? I went out there, so I heard word that there was going to be a campaign launched here in Ipswich, and Cameron Dick was going to be there. So I went there, and I was wearing pants, thankfully.
Why don't you normally wear pants?
Oh, mate, I wear jorts. I'm a dad of 3 kids. I can't go anywhere without my cargo shorts or jorts, right? Anyways, but I was wearing
Three
pants.
balls everywhere.
Yeah, because it was an occasion. I had a glass jar in one of my pockets, right? I fully intended, this was my plan. I met Cameron Dick. I was going to go up to Dicko and I was going to say, hey, mate, I started this new YouTube channel. I'm thinking of names, right? I've got this quirk as a personality where I always carry this jar around with me. Can I get a bit of a soundbite for my new YouTube channel? And I wanted him to say yes. And I was going to say, mate, can you say you love the YouTube channel One Man, One Jar? And I wanted to get that soundbite of Cameron Dick saying, I love One Man, One Jar. And I came within a hair's length of getting him to say that. And I'm fucking spewing that I missed out on that opportunity. I only had 2 minutes with the bloke, and I was literally seconds away from pulling out this jar and saying it. Like I wanted fucking headlines saying, "Dickhead in a flanny trolls the entire Labor Party, fucks them up, and now you've got a bunch of grannies looking up shock porno videos." Like that would have been.
I never heard of this.
Yeah, I don't want to know. It sounds like the 2 girls, 1 cup thing. Like it's a variant on that.
Exactly what it is like. That is exactly what it is like.
I never watched that video either. Thank goodness. I thought we wanted Cameron Dick to talk about how he's going to hawk tour on that thing. Like that's the angle.
Did anyone see Nigel Farage's cameo when he said he read out, "We promise to hawk tour in your bussy." And at the end, he said this video is sponsored by Matt, Sam, and Mo Lester. You guys sound like a great crowd. I mean, he must have figured out by then he was being trolled. What
was he doing? He was doing one of them.
A cameo.
Yeah. And he'll do anything for $20. That boy.
I reckon there's
the money though. He's rich.
There's a bunch of those of actors and stuff that are on there, like, and they're all lefties on Twitter. I wonder whether like Robert Picardo, who played the holographic doctor on Star Trek Voyager, he's come out as a huge lefty anti-Trumper. I wonder whether you can pay him enough on Cameo to get him to say, I am endorsing Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is going to make America great again. And whether you can get any of these lefties to do that, or whether they go, denied, I'm not doing that on Cameo.
Well, there was talk to get Nigel Farage to read out a pro-migrant message, but it's more funny to just get him to read out Huck Tour and your pussy and Mo Lester.
I don't know. I reckon it'd be funny to get some of these lefties on X on the record of saying, I want to make America great again. I mean, Samuel Jackson was at the rally the other day, and I was like trying to watch some of this Kamala rally. Just go, you know what? I just want to see how bad this thing is and what a train wreck it is. And I was skipping through as I was live, and I was like going in and out, waiting for celebrities and trying to wait for her. And Samuel Jackson comes up, and he's like, we are not going to choose the guy that wants to make America great again. And I'm like, what a weird flex to say we do not want to make America great again. I'm like,
so in addition to Beyonce today at Kamala's rally, also 91-year-old Willie Nelson was there as well. I wonder if his Kamala version of On the Road Again would be On the Blow Again.
Oh. And Springsteen did like a pretty woeful
Oh yeah,
performance the other day.
he's getting old as well.
But I heard Beyonce didn't even do a song. She got up and talked for 2 minutes. Like I saw giant
and her old
crowds.
Destiny's Child bandmate Kelly Rowland turned up in a pantsuit.
Lesbian.
You should try a pantsuit, Timmy.
Well,
Maddie, you should try pants.
On a man, it's just called a suit. It's only called a pantsuit when it's on a woman as opposed to a dress.
Have you ever heard of an item of clothing called a sloom?
No.
You put your cock in it?
No, it is
Like
the
a jar?
coolest. It is the coolest piece of clothing ever. Right. So what you do is you get a bunch of shirts, and you stitch them together, and you form pants legs out of shirts, so that you basically wear pants made out of shirts. And I've always wanted to wear shirt pants because it sounds like the sickest thing ever.
Just
Like,
never wear jocks. That's what I'm telling you.
The
free
LMP
ball.
is up to 46 seats now.
Like, imagine going to a house party wearing pants made of shirts. You just instantly mog everyone.
Oh, wrong one.
Pants made of shirts. What do they even look like? Like there's like the top bit you're wearing like your legs out the sleeves, and then you just sew extra shirts like down the sleeves.
No, it's literally just like you wrap shirts like around your legs, and it looks like Frankenpants.
I gotta say, Matt, that sounds pretty gay. I don't think that's a good
most
idea.
anti-Semitic thing you could ever wear because it looks like giant foreskin hanging off your legs. So it's very insulting to people.
It sounds horrific, man. I don't think I could pull that off. But you do you.
I have. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a few drinks, but Tim's gonna like this. There are more shenanigans planned leading up to the federal election. I have several shenanigans. I'm not going to tell you more than that. I'm not going to tell anyone more than that, except maybe Dusty.
Christopher Lee's nearly here.
All right.
Unleash. Referendum tomorrow. Next week. North Queensland. Let's go.
Have you guys seen an American ballot? Speaking of referendum, have you seen an American ballot for the election? Like I've mate, I've got him coming on.
They vote for everything.
Yeah, I've got a guy coming on the My Waking Dolls show on Monday night, and he's a US citizen. He's from America, and he had to send his mail out. He's sent me these photos, and the amount of different crap they have to vote for. It's not just, and it's one giant sheet that they feed through their Dominion machine or whatever to process it all. But they're voting on different state referendums and tax reforms and all these different
That's cool.
positions and stuff. And so they've got like there's 3 pages of checkboxes, like they're doing a huge exam.
Nah, nice. So they actually get direct democracy in one way or another.
Well, they're right. Like rather than go, oh, we're going to spend $450 million on a random referendum outside of the election cycle, they just combine all these different things into one mega form.
Fuck yeah, good. I like it because we did a by-election in Ipswich and it cost $400,000.
And I think fucking Russell Milligan lost as well.
That's unfortunate.
Let me check. I'm going to check that's cooked.
Because he lost by like they say 700 votes last time, but it was. I think they did. Did they actually do pre-polling in Queensland State Election this time for the first time? So it was like every other election. It's like fuck, the line's massive. There's a lot more volunteers. It's like hectic. It seemed more chilled out this election.
850 odd votes. Russell's behind by. We've got other libertarians.
That's a lot. You can't turn that around. It's done. That seems to me like not a lot of votes, to be honest. But how big's the electorate? What's the population?
Enrollment 35,000. And they've counted 12,000 so far. Tim, jump to Chris or Fully if you get a chance.
It's not there yet.
Yeah, I think so. We've got libertarians who are in the party there, just locally here. So they're probably going to be sweating in that room.
If you, I've just thrown it into the backstage screen share on mine, showing just one page of this thing. I don't know if you want to.
What am I looking at here? The Ipswich
The
council
by-election.
election. So who's the Libertarian?
Milligan.
What's
Well,
the-
he's not officially a libertarian, because I think in Queensland you have to run as independent for council.
Good.
I think we
Parties
need
shouldn't
to
be a
remove,
council.
Dusty again for a moment.
Council should have no parties.
No, they should.
In
They
Ipswich
should. There
City
should be
Council, we've got
disclosure.
5 candidates in council who are all Labor members, and they all vote as a voting bloc and have caucuses.
Right? Exactly. It's retarded. You're not going to be representing your local communities in party situations in council. We have the same thing here, and it's dumb.
Well, it happens in state and federal parliament. Like,
Yeah,
No,
but at the
we've had it
local
like-
ground, at the most grassroots level, if you're being voted in your ward to represent your community matters around roads and parks,
it should be disclosed your party political affiliation, because in Victoria, it's all mail-in ballot, our local government elections. We don't know who. They all claim they're independent, but they're not.
That's
Yeah.
the same as here.
but here they actually have parties, but it means like you get a Labor majority council, and they'll just block everything out, and they'll only do what they want. Versus going, you know what? Hey, I'm a citizen in this area, and my people asked for this park thing, and I think that's a really good initiative, or we should do this thing, and actually get the 15 councillors to actually have an argument, decision, debate, and move way forward, rather than that. And like, you know, the person with the best ideas gets voted as the mayor versus the person from the party with the most.
I think
yeah.
Blue Pill Phil, I think he's fucking hit the nail on the head with that latest comment. Like imagine getting 10% of the state vote and not a single seat. Like that's not people not wanting the party and not wanting the policies. I think that's a reflection of the party, in that there's a failure in having a proper structure there.
Yeah.
We'll see if this works, playing your video.
It's a Labor ad. I was standing right beside him. The bloke's probably.
Okay. All right, g'day here. Matty J Stagg in beautiful Queen's Park in Ipswich today, and I just so happened to bump into the Treasurer Cameron Dick. How are you, Cam?
Really going very well, Matt. All the better for being here in Ipswich at the launch of Jen Howard's campaign to be re-elected as the Labor member for Ipswich.
Yeah, beautiful, mate. And how's obviously how's the Labor campaign going in general? Because it's only a couple of weeks to the election.
Well, of course, we're fighting hard, focusing on cost of living and our vision for Queensland's future, including more homes for Queenslanders, better healthcare, and you've heard a range of announcements, including 50 GP clinics we've announced today we're going to build and deliver across Queensland, and then other cost of living relief measures, including an energy price guarantee to make sure energy stays low in Queensland and the prices of electricity stays low for Queenslanders. So we're in a big fight, and we're also fighting to stop LNP cuts, because the only way David Crisafulli can deliver on his promises to spend more, tax less and lower debt is to cut, and Queensland just can't afford that.
Now, I do have to ask you, I've seen a lot on social media, people have been saying we don't want another Newman government, obviously. So can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, well, that's a really big risk for Queensland at the moment, Matty. You know, we've got this situation where David Crisafulli has promised more than $17 billion in election commitments. He's also promised 3 other things. He's promised lower debt, so he won't borrow any more money. He's promised lower revenue, so taxes will go down. And he's now said the budget will have to be put into balance. The only way you can do that is to cut. And the way you do that is by cutting jobs, particularly healthcare jobs. And we saw that in the Newman government, and that's a risk Queensland just can't afford.
Yeah. Fantastic, mate. Well, all the best for it.
Thanks,
I'll have
mate.
a catch up with Jenny, and we'll see. And it'd be great to see some familiar faces.
And good luck on YouTube.
Love it. Cheers, mate. No worries. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Legend.
Did he already know you as a Labor Party member?
Yeah, well, he didn't know I'd resigned at that point, so I'd seen him 4 times. The 3 times that I'd seen him first, I was still in Labor. That was the first time I'd seen him since I'd resigned from Labor 5 months ago. During that video, I'm spewing. I had that jar in my pocket, and I wanted him to say, "I love one man, one jar." This close. I was this close.
What is the one man, one jar? Is that a porno?
So you're going to hate me, Tim. I'm going to describe it to you. So it's a video of a Ukrainian man who shoved a glass jar into his anus, and then while the glass jar was in his anus, the glass glass jar shattered, sending blood everywhere, and he had to pull glass shards out of his anus, slicing his anus on the way out. And the video ends with a puddle of shattered glass and blood. and I came within a hair's length of getting the entire state to watch this video and having the Deputy Premier endorse that video.
Now, yeah, 2 girls, 1 cup. That seems much more, say, what is it, stomachable compared to that.
That's the whole point. Like, do you not think I knew that I wanted the Deputy Premier to endorse this video? So the entire state gets tricked into watching that sort of video. Would that not, like, the, yeah.
That feels like that would just trigger the E-Safety Commission.
Good.
Well, it's not very safe, period, to do that.
Well, I mean, of course, Cameron Dick would say I'd have my soundbite of Cameron Dick saying, "I love one man, one jar," and of course, I would spam that and just let it proliferate on the internet, which would have been hilarious. That was the whole. I mean, I shouldn't talk about it too much because I missed that opportunity. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but
they made it. The LNP has made it to the magical 47, according to the ABC.
Fantastic.
So yes, 47. It actually looks much better now. The result doesn't look like they just fell over the line. Well, my prediction was that they get low to mid 50s. So let's have a look at the party totals.
Let's get Dusty back. I want to see if Dusty's still around.
Where is he? I think he's actually gone completely.
I think he just jumped in the chat, said he was back.
Where?
I don't know. You're in control.
Oh no, that was from a while ago. But yeah. Oh no, wait, he is here. Yeah, sorry, he is here.
Yo.
Hey.
You missed out, Dusty. Where were you?
I just went and got something to eat and some water. I'm on the waters now.
Didn't Hitler
like Hitler.
Like Donald Trump, who's like Hitler.
Yeah.
Do any of you have a dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Hitler had a dog called Blondie.
Oof.
Fuck.
Hitler talked in a microphone before, and he moved his hands while he talked into the microphone. Does that make me Hitler?
Yes. Also, have you looked out an airplane window?
I have.
Yeah, so
have you ever smoked meth before?
No. No.
You're not like Hitler then. Not as much.
Oh, what is it? It was Hermann Goering who was the morphine addict.
You know what's nuts, right? This is me having another cooked moment. So, meth makes me think of Israel, and I'll tell you why. So, when I had a girlfriend who I split up with when I was 21 years old, right?
Was she Jewish?
Hey?
Was she Jewish?
No. So I split
Aboriginal?
up no. So
let him tell the story.
So we split up, right? And I was like, I'm a free man. I'm going to go skits, right? The first person who I met in Melbourne was this girl who was a gypsy, and she used to go out to these bush doofs, right? And I went out all the way out to like Eastern Victoria. It didn't even have an address. Like to get to the bush doof was like follow this road for 500 meters, then go down this road for 3 kilometers. Get to this bush doof, and I get out there, and it's basically just nonstop MDMA, right? Which of course it is. And there's this band playing, and they call themselves Infected Mushroom. And I'm like, who are these guys, right? And it was 2 blokes from Israel. And they were the sickest psytrance act I have ever seen. And I've been absolutely obsessed with them since. They're the 2 coolest guys. And then, like, after I met these 2 blokes from Infected Mushroom, it's like there's this massive, like, psytrance scene, right? Of, like massive, like, intense, exactly as you would think for, like, a bush doof sort of music. And all the sickest psytrance acts, they're all from Israel. Like you've got fucking Audio Tech, you've got fucking Sesto Cento, like Vibe Tribe, like all these mad guys are all from fucking Israel. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like you hear of Israel and you're like, are these guys like some massive Jewish ethno state? And then you talk to these guys and you're like, holy fuck, there's a bunch of these dudes having these sick ass parties in the middle of the desert in the Middle East. I want to fucking go there because they sound like the sickest parties in the world. So anyway, but there was a lot of meth. I never touched the meth.
They're all gay.
Hey?
They're all gay, bro.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of nudity, but I never
went to a gay rave, man.
Bush stuff. No, I wasn't. There's nothing gay about going to a bush stuff.
Except all the penises everywhere.
Naked dudes.
Yeah. I mean, there was a dude making out with a log, but I mean, that's not even the worst of it. But I mean, at least it only lasted about 2 years, because I remember I was basically going to non-stop raves for 2 years, and then there was this bird who came around who was like 60 years old, like begging people for like a pound of dope. And I'm like, shouldn't you like have grandkids? And she's like, no, I'm just like a free spirit. And I'm like, I'm fucking getting out of this scene. And it was like cold turkey for me. So like, I just fucked off out of that scene. I'm like, and then I went into fucking.
Hang on, what made you turn off it?
There was a 6-year-old bird came over to me and a bunch of these people who we were having a token. We were sitting in a ring, and she comes over and she's like, "Can I have a pound of weed?" And she's like 60, and she just looked so burnt out at this bush stuff. And I said to her, "Shouldn't you have grandkids?" And she was like, "No, I don't believe in that. I'm a free spirit." And as soon as she said that, I'm like, if I don't fucking get out of this scene right fucking now, I'm gonna end up like her when I'm 60. So I fucked off, went sober.
Good on ya.
And I did 2 bodybuilding comps in 2013 and 2014, and I placed in the first one. I didn't place in the second one, and it was like cold turkey. I'm like, I want to do the exact opposite, like the polar opposite that's going to give have this life for what this bird has. But anyway, that was my experience in Melbourne. I banged a whole bunch of chicks, which it happens because when you go to the bush tour, I assume they were they were chicks, but.
They were goblins.
Oh, mate,
Jewish men pretending to be women.
Mate, I got that out of my system in my early 20s. Like, it was a wild time, and I mean, tell me if I'm rambling, but as well, it's like you listen to like you listen to the Greens, and they're like, oh, this is what people are all about, and it's like, I fucking live that scene,
Did you vote Greens during that time?
I did vote for Greens. And it was the last
time. When you're on MDMA, like the Greens party policies all make sense. You're like, fuck
that. Back then, it was
everyone's just going to look out for each other, bro. And there's just people who need help.
Free stuff.
No, it was like, it was fucking, I remember there was this big scare camp. This was when Tony Abbott was running, right? And I remember there was this big scare campaign for the Greens, and they're like, if you vote for Abbott, you'll never see the Great Barrier Reef again. I remember it struck a chord with me, right? So I voted for the Greens, and then Abbott got in, and then none of that shit happened. And that's when I started to question everything. So that was about 10 years ago.
Yeah,
you still haven't seen the Great Barrier Reef because you've never been there.
Okay.
Yeah, I went there 3 weeks ago.
Okay,
kids saw
there
turtle, everything.
You've actually seen it.
When was 2014 was when I was red pilled. Blue pill.
So we're still waiting for Christopher Lee.
Tim, if you want to bring up, I've thrown a screen share in the backstage. You want to bring that up? And it's the front page of that US electoral form, just so people can see how much mental crap they have to vote for. This is a 1 page of the 3 pages that this guy shared with me. So you can see on the top left there, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris. Can I zoom in at all? See if I can zoom in.
Yeah, you can control this.
Yeah, the zoom's not working on it. It won't let me zoom that in. Just makes the exit full screen bigger when I try.
So there's a vote for president, senator.
So, presidents, then there's Senate, and then state attorney, and then Board of County Commissioners, District 2, Justice of the Supreme Court, District Court of Appeal. Then I've got a constitutional amendment, Article 9, Section 4, Article 12. Like the general punter, and it's all here in English and Spanish, of course. Constitutional amendments.
What states for this?
This is California.
Of course.
Florida. No, sorry, Florida. I take it back, Florida.
Oh, yeah, there's Cubans there.
proposing amendments to the state constitution to require members of a district school board to be elected in a partisan election rather than non-partisan election, and specify the amendment only like people have hard enough time knowing Trump or Kamala, and they've got to vote for all this other complex crap. Like, it's mental.
The vote still counts if you only vote for president.
Instructions to vote, fill in the oval completely. I assume so. So maybe you can just vote for that and ignore the rest of it. But anyway,
Maddie's gone for a moment.
It's full on the amount of stuff, and there's another 2 pages of other check boxes they've got to fill in. Crazy. And like here we complain about the Senate form being really giant, but at least you've only got to put numbers in like the one box for your party or whatever.
Full on.
Yeah. Like, no wonder people would just go, I'm not even voting. I don't even care. It's too hard. Hard to vote.
It's voluntary over in the United States as it is in New Zealand and the UK. Only 60% of people voted in the UK general election, 33% for the Labour Party, but it was still a Labour landslide in terms of the House of Commons.
I've got my thoughts on this voluntary versus compulsory voting. What do you guys reckon?
You can't fine people for not voting. That's not freedom.
Yeah, I reckon like maybe in America they fully energize the base, and they like go hardcore rhetoric, and then they like try to pivot and then get the mid range people. But I think in Australia, because you don't have to energize your base, everyone's going to have to vote, so it kind of can make it less politicized in a way by having everyone voting. That's like maybe the only benefit.
I
because
think you're right.
Desperate in America, they're like, energize the base, get the fundamentals right, because that's who's going to volunteer and shit.
Right, and you get your activists. You get the activists voting.
Yeah, once they're in, then you can kind of pivot to the mid. But yeah, here we don't. That's like fucking.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dusty. Blooper for here in my local Sydney council elections as well. Out in Western Sydney, we had like 20% informal vote too. But the reason I think compulsory voting is actually important, because I used to go after doing my first couple pre-polls and seeing the apathy and how voters came in, they had no idea. You get these like 19-year-old girls coming in, they just no interest. I was like, you know what? Only people that actually pay attention and take an interest, they should vote. We should have non-compulsory voting. And then I watched London happen, and I watched all the ethnic bloc voting and how all the sort of Islamic bloc voting happened and really heavily steered the election. And went, oh, hang on. If we have
finally arrived.
Christopher Lee's on. Okay.
So
you're
just
saying
getting up.
you hate Muslims. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying the normies actually counter against the bloc voting, because they always vote red or they always vote blue. It gives us a buffer against ethnic voting.
Jared Blaze arrived. I've got this right now, so I figured out how this restream works. So I've got to share the actual tab, but I noticed that Chrome makes it easy to switch between tabs.
Yes. Yeah, it's good.
So you use this, Dave. This is your...
Yeah, I use Restream for Awakened Aussie's show. My go-to platform.
Yeah, because StreamYard has become they jacked up their price to like ridiculous.
How much does this one cost to what?
I don't know. I
$25 US less than StreamYard.
That's really cool.
I got a Black Friday sale last year and upgraded to the full HD 1080p version too.
Oh, I'm only on a month to month.
I think Christopher is speaking. Let's.
No, he's not.
Blooper Phil said he is. Different feed, maybe.
ABC aren't taking Jared Blay. This is weird.
Fuck the
so
AEST.
if we had non-compulsive voting, Dave, we could like capitalize on the Bogan vote and be like, all the fucking Bogans, and just
if
our demographics.
If you think you could mobilise that, but the problem is Bogans probably aren't the easiest group to mobilise all in the same block versus the Muslim vote.
Free
where
VBs and Winnie Blues, subsidised Winnie Blues and VB.
Because have you seen the videos on like the Muslim Votes Matter website and stuff? Like it is like they are fully doing the maths and working out how they can swing against Labor and they can take seats down.
Coming in now, but the ABC they've switched to him now.
Okay,
they took their time.
Orphanages across Queensland, pro-life, pro-life.
All right, as he makes his way through, you can't hide the grin on his face either, and he'll be glad, I'm sure, that he's waited that extra, half hour or so since Stephen, probably more than that, since Stephen Miles spoke, because the numbers have firmed up. Certainly based on what Andy Green's told us, they've got the majority of the LNP. They will form government.
And arriving there with his wife Tegan as well. And just to come back to the point, David Janetsky, that you've been making all night about
He's very
Mount
tiny.
Everest.
Look how
I
tiny.
mean, this is a significant moment for the LNP, isn't it? After so long on the opposition benches, after such a long period of time with Labor dominating in Queensland.
Hang on,
David Crisafulli has made history tonight, and he's done it in the face of an almighty scare campaign. Deeply abusive personal attacks against his character, and he's seen it through, and he's proven his resilience, he's proven he's ready, and he's proven he's ready to lead Queensland.
And his political backstory, Jess, he was in Parliament for a term and then out. And
that's right, up in Mundingburra in North Queensland, got booted out, contested the seat of Broadwater on the Gold Coast, won that one. David Crisafulli grew up on a cane farm in Ingham up in North Queensland. He was a journalist, worked in broadcast TV at Win News before getting into council politics in Townsville City Council, where we've seen the LNP picking up seats tonight. He was Deputy Mayor of Townsville as well before entering the Parliament. And now, it would seem, on track to be the 41st Premier of Queensland.
And let's not forget the LNP have been out of government for 30 of the last 35 years. So a brief stint for the Newman government, but
here he comes.
A long time in opposition. Let's listen to the man who's to be the 41st Premier of Queensland, David Crisafulli.
41. We should just drop 41 banners on
Perhaps.
41 ban abortions now on a banner across a bridge.
Do it, Crisafulli. Do it. You're in power, Crisafulli. Say it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, one house. Just do what you like.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Queenslanders have voted for hope over fear. They have voted for a fresh start, and they have voted for a majority LNP government.
Just.
No, win a few more seats.
I want to start by thanking Premier Stephen Miles for his service as the Deputy Premier of this state, and indeed as the Premier. And to think that a son of a factory worker could be the 40th Premier of this state tells you everything you need to know about how great Queensland is.
Your father should be embarrassed.
And I want to thank Stephen and his wife Kim for their service to Queensland. I want to thank the members of his team who have lost their seat tonight. Politics is a really, really tough game, and it's the families who bear the scars of that. And tonight, to those members who have lost their seat, I wish them well in the future, and I certainly wish their families even better. To the people of this great state, I've lived and I've worked at both ends of it, and I love every inch of it.
That's what she said.
He loves it. It's so much joy, Dave. I mean, not that I've made any terrible.
And I want to let them know that we'll be serving them with every ounce of fibre we have, and we are determined to make sure that this state returns to the powerhouse we all know it can be. This result is a vindication of a hell of a lot of hard work and a hell of a lot of strategy, and I want to outline just how large this achievement is. Of the last 12 general elections in this state, we've only won one on election night, and tonight we get to celebrate the biggest achievement we've had in over a decade. But that is not what is important about elections. Elections are about people, and it's about doing good for those who don't have a voice. And what history will show is that tonight was the turning corner of the youth crime crisis.
The turning corner.
It'll be the
turning corner
to mean that there are fewer victims in this state, and by Christmas, adult crime, adult time will be law.
That's good.
And we're going to work on early intervention and rehabilitation with purpose to give kids the opportunity to turn their life around as well. History will show this is the turning point in the Queensland health crisis, and ambulance ramping will not remain the highest in the country at 45%. And you'll know that because within 100 days you will see what's happening in your hospital in real time, and you will have doctors and nurses back in charge of those hospitals. And history will show this is the night we began turning the corner in giving young people hope of owning their home again.
We like turning point, turning corner.
And vulnerable Queenslanders to have a roof over their head. And we get to work on that in delivering supply, and we intend to remove a tax to do so for young Queenslanders. And history will show this is a turning point to make sure that government does all it can to lower those structural cost of living challenges, and to make sure that working Queenslanders can keep the lights on, to make sure that working Queenslanders can afford to dream, to make better for their children. And we're determined to make sure that we have respect for your money, and that means a culture of budget blowouts will end. Now it's going to take every day of those 4 years to deal with those big four crises: youth crime, health, housing and cost of living. But allow me to map out a vision for the next decade for this state. My vision for Queensland is one where we get on with building the kind of infrastructure we once did in this state. Roads and rail and dams,
orphanages
and schools and hospitals, the generational infrastructure to open up opportunities.
Did you change your background, Dusty?
I want to look at Queensland again being a place where people look to invest, where people can afford to live, and where this state returns to the economic powerhouse of the country. I want to see those in mining and agriculture and tourism look to invest here again. I want to see the high-end medical and educational research come to Queensland, and I want to see businesses relocate here to give opportunities for our people, and we intend to give every opportunity for Queensland to be the economic powerhouse of the nation. And in doing so, we will create a state that benefits working people, many of whom voted for us today for the first time in a long time. A state where we have a great tolerance, where we're a compassionate society, where people who come here from other nations come as strangers but become family. Just like my late grandfather did in 1960. To do this, we will need a world-class public service, and I intend to make sure that we govern with a focus on delivering services for every Queenslander. And to those public servants, I want you to know we intend to give vision and direction and leadership. But advice will be fearless and frank. The culture of entrenched fear will be over, and together we can deliver the services that Queenslanders deserve.
When he bans abortion, we need a fuckload of orphanages. Think of all them government employees.
I'm mindful that many of those public servants and indeed other Queenslanders may have not voted for us tonight, were distracted by a scare campaign.
So this ABC keeps putting out.
And to that I say, the good news for us as a political movement, but indeed a state, is that scare campaign won't be able to be run in 4 years' time. When
We're up to 48.
When all of those allegations, when all of the scare, when all of the fear doesn't come to fruition, well then we can look to deliver a second-term LNP government. Because friends, this isn't America. This isn't America. We don't pander to extremes. We deliver extremely good outcomes for everyday people. And now, the part of the speech that I really want to deliver, and that's the thank yous to the people in this room and those watching at home. Firstly, to every single Queenslander, thanks for backing us. Thanks very much for backing us. To my team, the most loyal, tenacious, hard-working deputy leader you could ever hope, and he's going to make a fine deputy premier.
Wait, who's our deputy premier?
Jared Blaney.
To the three former leaders in my political movement who will get the opportunity to serve again as ministers of the Crown. And I want to thank Tim and Deb and John Paul. And in doing so, their strength and their resilience and their assistance of me has been incredible in a really long 4-year term. And I'm going to read just 3 of the texts that I've received from them. And these are from each of them. Keep going. Stay focused. You're nearly there. That's the kind of team that we've created. And that's why for 4 years you've seen discipline and focus and a relentless desire to create a little piece of opportunity for our political... To our members returning, congratulations to all of you. You've been great servants of your communities. To the newly elected team members spread throughout the state, we really look forward to welcoming you to the Parliament, and I know your communities will embrace the opportunity for a fresh face as part of fresh government. Thanks. To one of the sharpest minds in politics, Ben Riley. You've pulled off what we were told 4 years ago wasn't possible, and I want to thank you for delivering this result. To Lawrence Springborg. Well, you all know he's the father of this movement. But we wouldn't be here if he didn't answer a call 4 years ago. And we rang him and we asked him to bring his trademark calm and poise and grace. And the way, Lawrence, that you have enabled the relationship between the two arms of our movement has been something that I will forever be grateful, mate. You've given us a great opportunity. To my Chief of Staff, Richard Ferret, and the most amazing and the humble 23-person opposition office, many of whom came across on day one and took significant pay cuts to leave a job to come and join me on this journey. Oh, guys, I'm really, really grateful, I can tell you. To the people that keep the home fires burning, to Jen and Lisa in my electorate office, to Brett and the two Garys for what you do for my Broadwater community. And I want to thank immensely the people of Broadwater for their endorsement of me again. No one can do this job without being a local member, and I'm really, really grateful for that opportunity as well. And now the tough bit, to my family. Tonight is really, really special, but it runs a distant second to the achievement of being a dad. And we've done a lot to shield our two girls from public life. And it's been really difficult for them as young women. But we've made that decision to keep them out of the spotlight because we want them to be their own women and we want them to be successful in life, and we just couldn't be more proud of who they have become. Sadly...
He looks like she has a genuine smile, his wife.
Next week, I will be elected as the Premier, but I'm not even the best parent in my house. To Tegan.
That's crashing tonight.
Being a parent and being a Premier are different jobs, so that's
You have
okay.
been on this journey with me for a lifetime. And like the girls, you're not as comfortable in front of the camera as you are behind it. And your support and what you have done for the family when I've been away, when you make sure that when I'm home, those special moments, you've kept me real, and I'm forever grateful. Rightio. In closing, we asked Queenslanders to choose hope over fear, and they did. We asked Queenslanders to vote for a fresh start, and they did.
Wogbot. We should do 41 Wogbot. Would be a mad banner
and now tomorrow we get to work.
On a bridge.
Not the day after, tomorrow.
Just rail for the next 4 years.
And we do what we say we were going to do. We don't do what we say we wouldn't do. And we have a contract with Queenslanders, and we intend to honour it. And
Pull up that Wogbot
finally
comment,
to the
Tim.
future.
It's worthy.
We haven't won back-to-back elections in this
now.
state since 1986. And you need to understand how important it is if you believe in the values of your political movement and you believe in the people of your state. It has to be about generational government. So we govern with humility and decency and vision and tenacity, and in doing so we get the opportunity to govern for a longer period of time. And if we get that opportunity, we can do great things for our party, for our kids, for our state.
Green's got trash.
To borrow a phrase from a different era,
0 seats,
and a different political
Greens have
movement.
0 seats.
Yeah,
It's
like
time.
One Nation.
Are you serious?
Good. I prefer to lose both of them, but yeah.
It's
Hannah could get the 4th vote through The former One Nation MP who joined them, Stephen Andrews.
I'm so glad the Greens.
It's time for a fresh start for Queensland. Thanks very much.
Yeah, take it back, Queensland. I said at the start, 2% swing to Greens, what the heck, but it's down to 0.1%. It's still nearly a $250,000.
Well, it looks like she's got a bigger physique than he does.
David Crisafulli, the LNP leader, the man.
All right, I'll bring us back. So there we go.
It's a new Queensland. We don't have
a fresh start. That's a terrible slogan as well. A fresh start.
Turn the page. We're not going back. Oh, that's Kamala. That's right.
And he said, we're going to do what we said, not do what we said we wouldn't do." So he's saying that we're not going to.
Unburdened by what has been, Tim.
This is a turning corner moment. A turning corner.
Anyone in the comments section, give me some tips on a banner drop for tomorrow. I'm thinking Wogbot 41, ban abortion now. Abortion.
Well, he said he's not going to do that. That's basically what he was hinting.
Fucking oath. When Greens lose, everyone wins.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's good. That's good. Wogbot 41, ban abortions now. Fuck the Greens.
Mate, do you know what you need to do? There's a bloke. Oh, fuck. I don't even know what the guy's
See, we've got to go Elijah Schaefer here. This is what I'm saying. We've learned something tonight.
Remember, there was a bloke.
I want to become a shock jock. Everything's on the line. They took everything from me when they deplatformed me everywhere. So I've got to get revenge.
What about Kyle Sanderlands? Isn't that bloke like the biggest shock jock there is?
Oh yeah,
yeah, he does crazy shit too.
Yeah,
he just taps into like gay shock jock stuff. That's all.
Well, what was one of the things he did recently? He got all of the female staff on the show to audio record themselves peeing, and had to guess whose pee was what, like the sound based on the sound.
Oi, Tim, I got a joke for you.
What?
What's the difference between a mung bean and a chickpea?
What?
I've never had a mung bean on my face.
Okay.
Wow. And on that note, it's after midnight. I think we're going to wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, it's after midnight here down in the southeast, and so we've got a result. We've had Stephen Giggles Myers. He actually didn't concede. He just praised himself.
Yeah.
But he's lost. Let's do a final count. So eventually they counted all the votes. So as we sign off, LNP 49, currently projected ALP 31 with 9 seats in doubt. So it's a swing of two-party preferred 7.3% to the Liberal National Party. So with all of the sort of early votes that began to be counted, the two-party preferred went. So it's 54.1 Liberal National Party, Labor 45.9. The Liberal National Party 41.9 primary, 6% swing. Labor 32.9 minus 6.7% swing. The Greens 9.5%. They have lost both their seats. One Nation, well, they kicked out their only MP. 7.9%. Katter's Australian Party, despite losing 0.1%, could gain a 4th seat, and then one independent. So as more votes were counted, 63.9% counted, the LNP victory was assured. It was obviously in the regions where the LNP basically, where they were. Well, I certainly knew that they were going to fall over the line. Looks like they will get to that low 50s.
And Blue Pill Phil reckons, do the banner drop Greens lose, everyone wins.
Mm.
And just then like Wogbot 41 on the top.
Do you have to write the word wog? Like Greens lose, everyone wins is more powerful. Like wog's funny, but Greens lose, everyone wins is more powerful.
Congratulations, Wogbot 41. Because we got to ride him. He's our new, like, look, he's not getting scot-free, right? We got to fucking give him grief and be like, you should have done this. You should have.
Yeah, but are you going to alienate the punters by saying Wogbot unnecessarily, where you can just pay out on the Greens and you can target him later?
Yeah, but I'm
With
trying
something
to
a bit more
like
policy
also,
specific.
when you're a shock jock, you're trying to offend as many people at one time. It's like extraordinary.
Well, if you're trying to be a shock jock, right, why don't you just tell him to get his Italian, right? Why don't you just tell him to get angry at food?
Yeah. No, I like Wogbot. I'm writing it down before I forget.
Stephen Miles is going to wake up with a horse's head in his bed next to him.
Yeah. That'd be sick. That'd be a good meme to make.
You haven't seen the movie, have you, Dusty?
No.
Well, The Godfather.
Yeah. Yeah, about the horse head. The guy freaks out because he wakes up with a horse head in his bed.
Because it was his prize Palomino or whatever. Like, it was a special horse, right? Like he loved this horse, or it was like this specifically expensive horse. And he'd made a big deal about it. And the next day he wakes up and his prized horse has had its head ripped off and lying in the bed next to him.
Mad.
Anyway, we should begin to wrap up. Thank you so much, Dusty, Maddie, and Dave, for being part of the panel tonight. And of course, you're all invited to be on, well, it's the big one in terms of global impact, the Unshackled's US election results live stream, which will be around about late morning. So that'll be on Wednesday, the 6th of November, because we're basically a day ahead of the rest of the world. So they'll vote overnight in the United States, and then they will count the votes as we're going about our day. And I'm pretty confident of a Trump victory, but who knows? But I reckon if Kamala wins, then basically it'd be the end of the United States.
Trump's going to bring in the no tax on tips and no tax after.
Oh, so is Kamala.
Is she?
Yeah, she copied his policy.
I'm more concerned about Trump ending the wars and, cracking Putin and Zelensky's heads together and sorting things out.
Yeah,
and
or do it, and it'll be over in 24 hours.
Right? That's what I want to see. I want to see the global de-escalation that he's going to bring in, and that's a good start.
That's a great start.
Yeah,
and tax cuts on the tips and the and build a wall, build a fucking real wall.
Well, he built like 500 miles of. That's me, Dave. Right now, I'm Dave. Right now on all the different socials.
If he builds another 500 miles, is that the whole border with a?
No, it's more than that.
The chat.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
So it's about 4,000. Is it 4,000 kilometers? How many kilometers? 3,000 kilometers long.
That's a lot, but he doesn't have to secure all of it. I think the main thing there was those key sections, and I think I saw CNN doing a fact check on them the other day, and they were saying, they built like 5% of it here, but then there was like this big section of old fencing that they had, and he reinforced that with much better walls. So he counts that there's like 450 odd miles of that
great
wall that got replaced with super upgraded walls and stuff.
Yeah. And they just leave the desert.
And
the desert
he had
doesn't count because the coyotes killed them all.
And he had stacks of wall panels ready to go. That then he lost the election, stolen election from him.
Yeah.
And so then they just sold it off at cents on the dollar. And so rather than installing all this wall that he already had prefabbed ready to go,
So gay.
So gay.
If they build that wall, it's going to be good for Mexicans and Americans. You know?
Yeah, and they're always saying, like, Kamala goes, he said Mexico would pay for that wall. Mexico didn't pay $1. But you hear Trump reckons he got a lot of the federales and the Mexican military to stand guard while they were doing wall stuff. And he's like, they paid by putting manpower in the area, so it wasn't. There was some quid pro quo going there.
And they could always build a wall south of Mexico, and then control.
Like have a dead zone, like a
DMZ.
Because Mexico wants to build a new diversion of the Panama. So apparently, this is like a new thing. So there would essentially be like a hard border that would create a new hard border at the south end of Mexico, which would be a positive thing. It could be like killing two birds with one stone.
Your typing is really loud, Matty.
Is it? Well, that's probably because I'm just like smashing this keyboard. Hey, I mean it's a mechanical keyboard, but I didn't know that you could hear that. So now I'm just like
I'm typing at the moment. You can't hear mine at all.
You're not typing at all. You're probably using a tablet, aren't you?
Man, I've got
I've got an Apple Magic keyboard.
Yeah, I'm typing now. Can you hear me?
All I can hear is Dusty's glass jar like shattering.
You're the one carrying the jar in your pants, buddy. I don't know which was it in your back pocket. That's a bit sus.
That's it.
Yeah, let's not mention that ever again.
I used to drink moonshine from a glass jar.
That's not what we were talking about.
Ruined it.
How'd you ferment it, Dusty?
I was just using it as a glass. That's all.
All right. I will be back on Monday evening at 9 p.m. Melbourne time, so Eastern Daylight Time for Tim's News Explosion, back on the Wilms Front channels. And I'll be back on Tuesday morning for Reality Check Radio in New Zealand to bring all the Australian news on Paul Brennan's breakfast program. And I will be on your Halloween Thirsty Thursday next Thursday. I still need to figure out my Halloween costume, and of course I've got my Halloween music. Can you hear this?
Spooky.
Yeah.
I'll just wear I've got a white sheet and a few holes in that, and I'll be a...
people might think you're a Klansman.
They might think I'm a ghost.
Just bring a glass jar, Dusty. Like, that'll spook people enough.
That's fucking...
why don't you bring that?
You fucking will.
I'll be Dave Chappelle. I'll blackface it and I'll hide under a Klan hood. So then I'll rip the Klan hood off and I'll be like, I'm Dave Chappelle.
That was so funny. Also, thank you to our audience as well for tuning in for all throughout the 5 hours. So it was a hard slog from us. So thank you for tuning in to us and not mainstream media, which of course has its own biases and bores. So we're also up against in the streaming stakes the teenagers at 6 News.
6 News.
Oh,
the
Leo
killing it over there. They make me look like a joke.
Leo.
And like I said, you're all invited to be part of a US presidential election live stream as well. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Dusty. And thank you to Iron Duke and Damien before. So the LNP got over the line with hardly any policy, but at least that's the end of Stephen Giggles Miles and the Greens in Queensland. But it was also a wipeout for One Nation at all.
We just have to hope. We just have to hope that they don't screw the pooch and make it harder for federal Labor to get federal Liberals to get up next time, because people go look at Queensland and go, "Oh, well, they're crap anyway."
That's what Albanese is banking on. So,
right.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everyone.
Will play us out now.
Cheers. I look forward to hearing from Bob Catter.
Fucking oath.
Tomorrow.
Good night.
Love it.